Hello, everybody. Welcome to yet another edition of Paradigm Shift in Educational Comedy. And we are here with, how do you say your name? Gerundive?
Oh, Gerundive.
Oh, Gerundive. Okay. And what is that? What does that mean? What is that?
Well, actually, it's my main character, and her name there is actually Gerund. And the reason why I chose that name was carry on. It's also what people see as, I think of a grammar thing. It's in English. I'm trying to explain what that is. Anyway, but what I chose it for was carry on, as in to keep going, to continue, basically. And Gerundive was kind of something I just added on to make it more of an original name.
Ah, okay. So it's taking a name and kind of making a bit of a creative license add-on, so it was more, there's more originality to it.
Yep.
And besides doing a screen share and browsing your gallery and stuff like that, we're also going to be talking about artist support and helping other artists and featuring other artists and things like that, because you told me that that is like the main, number one thing that, you were on DeviantART to do, that kind of that community spirit and camaraderie and helping everybody and, so on and so forth.
Yes, it is.
Which the whole core debacle is kind of like the opposite of that. So that's been pretty retarded and stupid as far as what's been going on with that. So yeah, I'm going to let you step in and say what you want to say about that while I enable screen share and kind of move on over to your gallery.
Okay. All right. So I just start.
Yep.
All right. So basically, what?
I said speak your mind.
Okay. So basically what I am for, as I've said before, is I'm trying to help and support artists. Mainly the ones that are undiscovered, because actually if people look at how many watchers I have now, I have almost 400, going on 400. 2 weeks ago, I had only 9. That's actually I have been able to help, and the reason why I started off, I was able to.
That's impressive. That's really cool. I've been on the site for like 10 years, and I don't even think I have 400 yet. I have like 300 and something. But you've been on here. It says 2 years, and you've already got 372 watchers. So that is pretty freaking cool.
Yeah, you've got me beat. I've been on for 5 years, and I'm just over the 300 mark now. So you're like 100 ahead of me. So go you.
You're obviously doing something right. So tell us about it.
All right. So basically, I want to first give a shout out to the hyena in town. He's the one that really gave me the idea in the first place, too. And this is actually something I want everyone to know. But basically, the way I got the watchers, and I really didn't know it was going to work, so honestly, I went into this idea wasn't really sure it was actually going to work at all. So basically, his advice was watch undiscovered artists. And most people have a watch back policy. And I watch probably, I'm going to say, I don't know how many people I watch a day, just so that I can get, I can get more watchers. And it started off as, yeah, I want to get more watchers, but then I realized, as I was going through, so many watchers, or so many deviants, in fact, DeviantART artists have like 10 watchers, and they're brilliant. They're amazing. And when I saw that, I was appalled almost that we have these people that have 63,000 watchers, and they're not nearly as good. I mean, I don't mean to be rude or anything, and see, the thing is, the whole reason why I chose to do this was actually because I was discriminated by somebody, and I'm not going to say names because I want to protect their name, obviously, because I'm not that kind of person that goes out and calls out people like that. But basically, they told me my art was no good. I had been one of those people that actually asked for watches thinking that might work, and then I realized that maybe that's not such a good idea, because once I did that, it was not only that they discriminated for me for that, and it wasn't really a discrimination for that, it was more like they saw my art, they said I wasn't very good at it, they hated it. They said that people have different styles that people like, and obviously there's some truth to that. But to me, I think that pretty much all the artists that you can see on here have some sort of beauty to their art that somebody is going to like. I don't care what level you are on. You're going to. I want everyone to know that no matter what skill level you are, your art is beautiful. It's made from inside of you. That's what it is. It's a representation of yourself, and that's what I want other people to see. And the thing is, so many people are not sure if they're good enough to even be on DeviantArt. I've seen so many people say, I don't want to be on DeviantArt anymore because I don't think I'm as good as you, or something like that. That was something that I heard, or actually one of my favorites was, they wouldn't talk to me because they thought I was better at art than they were. And they thought that I was higher up on the scale of things. And I was just like, that is, I don't know who put that in your head, but that is just wrong. And if that's what people that are higher up on the scale level of, say, 63,000 watchers, then I don't agree with that. And again, I'm not bad-mouthing anyone's mentality. Everyone's got a different mentality. But honestly, in a way, some of the things that the way they say it is morally wrong. I just feel like, in that sense, we are here basically to help people. That's my mentality, and that's how it's always been for me. And being able to go on DeviantArt and change that, and change kind of my statement about myself on DeviantArt and say, you know what, I'm for helping people. And I don't have a group for this either, because I feel like I want to be able to talk to people individually about how to get watchers so that they feel like they're actually talking to someone. It's not just a default. And I've said that so many times to so many people, and I've been able to help other people as well with it. For instance, there's one person, his name is Dragon of the World. He used to have 4 watchers. Now he has 130, I think. And that's only been about 2 weeks since I've been able to help other people. People have gone from 50 watchers to 100, getting to their finally getting to their mark. Maybe something I did, as in giving people shout-outs. And I've noticed that also there's another way that people are able to reach and support people is by doing free requests, because I realized when I did that, I got even more watchers because they saw that I was willing to give my time and energy to something that they wanted. And then I started to earn loyalties as well. And when I saw that, you know what? This could be a bigger thing than just what I started off with, just say 400 watchers. I feel like it could be a huge deal for DA to become some kind of family, for all of us to see that we're going to all support and help one another. And that's really what my statement is all about. I just want to help people. I want to support people in their experiences and their ways that they want to try and get more watchers and get recognized. For finally, people that have been on here for 5 years have just a couple watchers. That drives me crazy. Because there's
Sara,
a way that you can do it. Go ahead.
In the most platonic and non-creepy context possible, I love you. Just the passion that you're speaking, and just like, I've been wanting to align with more empowered females who can set that empowered female example, and finally it seems I'm starting to do that more and more. Because like a lot of you know, like, problems that I've had is like, you know, let's face it, some things a chick just needs to hear it from a chick, and it's nothing against the guys. I mean, a girl could fully believe what a guy is saying, a girl could fully understand the guy's point, but belief, understanding, and acceptance are three different things. They are all mutually exclusive. They don't depend on each other or interact with each other. They're three separate things. And to click into that acceptance point, that's the most important one. And so I can talk to a female friend or other females or whatever, and tell them everything that's great and awesome about themselves, and they might understand what I'm saying. They might even believe it, but accepting it is the key for them to start to shift into that more empowered attitude. And with a lot of these things, sometimes a chick just needs to hear it from a chick, because a guy can show a female her empowerment, but he can't act as an example of it. He's got a penis. Let's face it. He cannot act as an empowered woman. He cannot be that. He can render love and support to empowered women, but he cannot be that example. And women need to see that example so that the women can see that it's possible to be that. Otherwise, if the guy has no empowered women to point to go, see there, right there, then it sounds to the girl like the guy is just, talking about something etheric, as if it's just like ideological speak that seems logical and seems nice and seems great, but as the old commercials go, where's the beef? In other words, where's the proof? Where's the evidence? Where's the example? If this is as correct as it sounds, then there should be some real life actual examples of this. Where is it? You know what I mean? So I just totally love this. And there's a lot of female friends that I know of that are partially empowered, that are working towards their empowerment, but they still got kind of a lot of issues about being authentic and being themselves, afraid of being judged, this, that, and so on. And they've got a bit of stage fright right now. Like, they really want to speak out, but they haven't really built up that courage yet to really fully do it. Sometimes I'll be able to coax them out of their shells every once in a while, get them on a hangout or what have you. And these girls are really awesome, really sweet, really brilliant, really intelligent, really creative, and it's been quite a journey for me to get them to see their own empowerment. And one thing I've noticed that works really well is if I get all these girls talking to each other, because then they get to set examples for each other. You know what I mean? So it's like everything you're saying is like absolutely great. This is like everything that like my female friends really need to hear. So this
That's
is
awesome.
just completely awesome, and I am extremely glad that I've run into you. And you speak very, very passionately, very confidently, very authentically, and you have this attitude, like not in an arrogant, mean demeaning way, but this attitude of like, hey, I'm gonna be my authentic self, and whoever doesn't like it, fuck them. And that's just their right to their opinion. That like, oh, they can think whatever they want of me. I don't care. That's their right to do that. Fuck them. I'm not going to let what they think dictate who I am. And you have that attitude, and this world really needs a lot more of that attitude that you have, and a willingness to express that attitude forward, which you seem to have. So I am really, really, really glad that I've met you.
I was just gonna say, on featuring artists and stuff, there is a group on DA that my current aerospace group, which is a super group now, NASA headquarters, and I can also send you the link to that one. There's some really good photography and stuff there of aircraft and sci-fi and space and all of that stuff, but my group is affiliated with another group called tandemfeatures.deviantart.com, where they do all kinds of, they feature artists from all over the community. It's the kind of group you would like. And, it would be the kind of group that you would really probably do very well in. As far as I can tell, the founder of the group is a very nice, very outspoken person who finds all kinds of different art around the community and spreads it and shares it, and absolutely has no bias. Even though my group might be specialized towards the aviation, space, and sci-fi aspect of things, I do try to reach out you know, to other groups as much as possible, you know, of different, you know, backgrounds and perspectives, just as a, you know, friendly gesture, you know, just kind of putting my name out there, and not only that, putting their name out there, and it's a mutually beneficial type thing. So, and I'm featured with and I'm affiliated with quite a few groups on DA, so, you know, and I'm getting a really good watch base and member base and all of that stuff. I'm already up at like 482 members and 564 watchers, and that's after 4 years. And heck, I was just checking one of my 3-year anniversary deals from my last journal. I just made a four-year anniversary. My group's 4-year anniversary was yesterday, but I was just checking the last one that I did over a year ago, and I was at like 400 members, and I had like 20,000 page views, and now it's like at 41,901, so it's doubled, and I've gained like 82 members since last year.
You got a lot of wolves.
Yeah, that's my specialty.
But anyway, I'm totally in agreement with you. I mean, you know, yeah. I mean, DA is a community where creation should be inspired, you know, and it's just it's nice to see that there are still people like yourself that are migrating to DA, as it were, and, you know, adding their creative artistic expression and giving their passion and throwing, you know, their creative essence into the pot, as it were, and making DA what it is, making it stand out above, in my opinion, every other social media website out there. And not only that, DA is so awesome because, you know, it inspires, you know, like-minded people to come on hangouts like this and actually, you know, forge friendships and get to know each other. And, you know, no other social media website I've ever seen really kind of instills that form of kind of, you know, friendship and, you know, collective kind of creative bonding type stuff, you know, where there's a mix of ideas going back and forth, etc., so on and so forth. So I think it's really cool. It's really awesome.
Yeah, I especially admire the confidence and bravery of females on DeviantArt who, you know, are just regular girls such as yourself, who are really beautiful, such as yourself, if I may also say so, and they're just not afraid to like do all sorts of different like modeling and body art and be creative, and, you know, just to show that, you know, you don't have to be, you know, 6'7" and have an agent and, you know, be like this like societally perfect frickin' plastic goddess or something, you know what I mean? And that just, you know, most girls out there, you know, have their own beauty, and that whatever they do, you know, whether it's, you know, their fingernails or their toenails or their eyes or whatever it is they're doing, that cosmetics are an artistic tool for them to express their beauty as they see fit. It's not supposed to be what the fashion industry distorts it into. This whole, oh well girl, you're broken, isn't it lucky for you that we have this product that will fix you, you know what I mean? And I completely hate that. And a lot of girls, they subscribe to that lie. The fashion industry makes money on insecurity big time, and I just really admire and am thankful for the you know, the women who are brave enough to just, you know, get up there and be themselves, which is why, like, for example, within my favorite section, which I'm trying to load up here on the screen share, 2 folders I have: female body art and, you know, female photography. Oops, I was not trying to go into that, although that is a funny deviation. Chemistry can kiss my arsenic sulfide, but wasn't trying to go in there. Okay. And, like, unfortunately, like a lot of like the body art that's done, there's a lot of people who like view it with this like fetishist mentality, and I really think that, I mean, you know, for people who have fetishes or whatever, more power to you, whatever. I'm not trying to diss, but what I'm saying is the fetishist mentality tries to turn absolutely everything into a fetish, and then there's this dichotomy that pops up that says, okay, this fetish is the one and only one way to view that expression. Fuck what the female actually meant it as. Fuck what anybody else thinks of it as. Only this one view is valid, and you're either for this view or you're against this view, and that's it. That's the only reality. Fuck you. There's no other way. And it makes girls feel that they either have to conform to this idea of fetishism or that they have to rage against it. Like, oh no, well, if that's fetishism, then I don't want to be viewed as a whore, so I can't express myself in these ways because this is wrong and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, all the girl is trying to do is just be honest and genuine and authentic in her visual expressions and be artistic and be creative. But then these fetishist morons just, you know, they hijack these various creative expressions and say, oh, this is the one and only one way to view it. And then unfortunately society just seems to like piggyback on that and lock into that and go, okay, this is the one and only one way, so you're either for it or you're against it, and for whatever your reasons. And it completely makes these women feel as if their perspectives and their artistic expressions and their thoughts and their feelings and their motivations for doing the art that they do, it makes it feel as if, oh, what they think, what they feel, how they want to express it, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's invalid. It's non-existent. The only thing that's valid is this one fetish perspective, and you have to either be for it or against it. We are the board. Resistance is futile, and fuck you. And I really think that that does a lot of damage to female self-esteem. And of course, being a female yourself, you already know that because females think more holistically, if they have a judgment against one small part of themselves, they view it as a judgment against all of themselves. Like when a girls have a zit, they're not thinking, oh, you know, I just have a little zit on my face. It's annoying. I don't want it there. I'm going to try covering it up with some makeup. They feel like they're a big, gigantic zit walking around, as if they're this big, hovering zit walking through the room, because they view things so, you know, holistically like that. So it's like, you know, when these people, you know, when guys like are, you know, just all about a girl's boobs or whatever and act as if nothing else matters, or, you know, say, oh, well, the only valid expression of a girl's feet is a foot fetish or this and that and so on and so forth, it makes women very insecure about these different parts of their bodies. And when they're insecure about one part of themselves, they're insecure about their whole being at the exact same time, and they start feeling like they're not worth anything. And I really hate that.
Yeah, actually, to be honest, I'm nothing like that. To be honest, anything that you just said, I am completely against and also practice it as well. I don't wear makeup. I don't have any piercings. I go all natural all the time. Don't care. It's just kind of something I guess I was brought up with, or I just have that personality type. But honestly, it kind of drives me crazy when people are like, they have to wear makeup. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, obviously. But to me, it's not really necessary. I just feel like it's more of a pass. And I'm not trying to badmouth anyone right now, I swear. But it's just, that's just my personal opinion on it. You don't need it to be beautiful.
Exactly.
It's just, what I feel like it
agree.
is honestly, if you're going to be, your personality is great, then you're going to be great. I don't care what you look like. You are going to be a great person. It doesn't matter. And that's what I want everyone to see. And that's how how people are supposed to see it. It's not going to be what they look like. where it says, my ex is probably the most gorgeous-looking guy in the world, but his personality is horrible, which makes him ugly on the outside. And that's kind of the way I see
I
it.
fully agree. I view it that way with women too. Like, even if a girl is physically gorgeous, but her attitude completely sucks, she's ugly to me. But it's like, my point wasn't just simply about makeup. Like, I mean, obviously, you know, if a girl is a painter, then obviously she should paint paintings because she's good at it and she enjoys it. The painting isn't supposed to be fixing a part of her that she perceives to be broken, you know what I mean? So I see cosmetics similarly in that way, that if a girl is to use cosmetics, it's because she's experimenting with her own creativity, not to view herself as something that's broken about her and the cosmetics is fixing. But, you know, as you probably noticed from, you know, the screen shares and all that, my point wasn't just about makeup. Like, the female form itself is beautiful, and girls have the right to, you know, to express that, you know, however, and not be told, oh, well, that expression has to lock into this one particular fetish just because society's twisted and sick and says so, and so then you have to be for or against that fetish, and fuck you, what your original thoughts or expressions or motivations were. That doesn't matter. All that matters is what society says, blah, blah, blah. And that really just, like, you know, plummets a girl's self-esteem, and she just feels like being herself is bad or wrong, you know? And, you know, like I said, you're a beautiful girl, and look at what you just said. You don't wear any makeup at all, and you're pretty. So that, you know, you're living example proof, you know, of exactly, you know, the point you're making here. My friend Rochelle just recently did like a 30-day challenge thing. Like, she likes wearing makeup and doing nail art and all sorts of stuff, and it's awesome for creativity. But she also believes that, you know, beauty can also be without makeup too. So she did this like 30-day challenge, not wearing any makeup at all, period, and was taking like periodic pictures of herself and stuff. She mainly did it for her own benefit as well as anybody else's, because she's got a lot of self-esteem issues, and she just kind of wanted to show herself that she is beautiful without the makeup, that the makeup doesn't create her beauty, that she's beautiful without it. And she'd post the pictures on DeviantArt on Facebook and get all this positive feedback and stuff like that, and that was just kind of therapeutic for her, to help her accept the idea that she is beautiful because she is who she is, that it's not some external thing that is fixing something that's broken.
Yeah, exactly, and that was just an example. I was just bouncing off what you were saying, as to you're saying that it's not just that, and I realized that. I'm trying to think where I was going with this. I'm sorry. I completely lost my train of thought just now.
It's all good. Train of thought derailed. You'll get it back. No need to be sorry. It's fine. All good. No problem.
Okay.
Let us meditate on this train of thought now.
Yeah, you're in good company.
I'm attempting to be funny. Maybe not necessarily succeeding, but attempting at least.
Well, at least you're attempting it. I used to not even try to be funny because I really couldn't make anyone laugh. But as I tried, it's like, you know what? It was more. Here's a good example of it. If you think you can't do something, you're not gonna be able to. It's just a mentality thing, and that's kind of where people kind of fall. You gotta at least believe in yourself. Even a little bit even helps. But honestly, you also gotta believe in yourself on what you're gonna do. For instance, I wanted to be funny. I want to be able to make public people laugh. I'm not a comedian, obviously, but and it's not something I want to pursue. But every day, you just want to make someone laugh, and it's really funny to and see if you can actually get someone to laugh and have a good time. And when I actually said, you know what, I can do it, It might not be all the time, but I'm fine with that because it's going to be few and far between. It's going to be very special. So when I actually had that mentality, it's actually started working.
Yeah, it's therapeutic. It's laughter is the best medicine, as they say, which is medically true as well. But yeah, Henry Ford quote, whether you think you can or you think you can, either way you're right. Because, like you said, it is all about a mentality. If you think you can't, you won't.
It's funny. It's funny. I was just thinking, and me and Dave have talked about this one before, but, if you're deemed as not funny, fear not, you're just not around the right people. Because there's always going to be people out there that'll kind of view it, that'll take your brand of humor as not funny, and then there's other people, on the other hand, that are going to think you're great, as good as George Carlin. I mean, it just really depends on who you're around. I've had plenty of experience with that,
Because remember, folks, some people just aren't happy unless they just aren't happy. You can't change that.
That's a fact.
Yeah, that is a fact. That is a fact. And that's what I've kind of seen. But people are going to have to realize that there are going to be haters out there, but you kind of have to just bypass them. Honestly, like I said, there were some people that actually meant a lot to me, that actually did hate my work and actually did call it terrible. And I felt like, well, maybe there's some truth to that, because you know what? We can always get better. I'm not going to say that we're perfect at it, because honestly, art, there's no perfect. And I don't care what anybody says, they're amazing, you're doing perfectly, you're amazing. There's some truth to that, but there's always a better. And I just want people to see that. That's why I don't say anyone's art is bad, because, like I said,
one person's trash is another person's treasure.
Well, perfection in art is all in the eye of the beholder. I mean, that's really what it boils down to.
There is an inherent flaw in a perfectionist ideology, though. A perfectionist ideology sets itself up to fail because it instates a rule that nothing is ever good enough, and you keep raising the bar. So you could have the most awesome, badass piece of whatever to ever be frickin' created. It's never going to be good enough if you're a perfectionist.
Yeah, and then that's one of the mentalities that kind of, like I said, people have different personalities, but sometimes a perfectionist can be something that can drag you down. Because if you constantly think, well, it's got to be better and I'll never be good at it, then you're just going to keep on dragging yourself down. It's not going to be anyone else's fault, it's your own. And there has to be a balance between everything you do. You can say that your art needs to be improved, but you can't say it's bad. You can same thing with what I said with perfectionist. That's the same. Your art isn't bad. It's just it probably needs improvement. If you see it needs improvement, then just improve it. Don't say, oh, this is a terrible piece and I never should have posted it. That's ridiculous, because someone's gonna like it. Someone's gonna be touched by that piece of work, and that's the way I see it.
Yeah, there's also people's perceptions of what balance is. I view balance as like two winding strands of DNA. It's balance, it's symbiotic. A lot of people see balance as that they're holding their arms out to each side with lead weights in each hand, and they have to keep their hands extended forever in order to struggle to keep that balance. Whereas a natural balance is automatically in flow. You don't see nature's balance struggling. Nature doesn't struggle to do anything ever. The sun doesn't struggle to stay lit. It really doesn't. The grass doesn't struggle to grow. But we have this idea that everything has to be a struggle, and it's complete bullshit. Yeah, things can be struggles if we decide to torture ourselves and create that for ourselves. But, it's like I always tell people. I tell people that the facts about anything are completely irrelevant, because all humans never take actions based on facts. They take actions based on belief systems. and all actions have very real consequences. So even if someone takes an action on a belief system that's complete, fanciful, delusional bunk, if they're taking an action on it, that's a real action that's going to have real consequence. So in that, no facts of anything matter. It doesn't matter about the facts, because we never act based on facts. We act based on belief systems. We treat ourselves based on the way we believe ourselves to be and our view of ourselves. I mean, a girl could be talented and gorgeous and this and that and so on and so forth, and those might be the facts. But if she thinks that she's not worth anything and can't do anything and whatever, then she's going to take actions based on those belief systems, and she's not going to come anywhere near close to her full potential or anything close to the life she really wants, because she's going to be attracting to herself only douchebags and assholes and drama people and whatever, because that's the only thing she believes is real. And all the nice guys around her, her brain will completely edit them out. She'll be completely oblivious. I have an analogy for that called the black dress analogy. You got a little white spot on a black dress. There's two ways this can be viewed. Either, oh my God, how will I ever find that white spot because it's hiding in so much black on that dress? Or, oh man, that little spot is white. It's just going to stand out because that dress is black. So that white's just going to stand out like a sore thumb. So that's all choice of perception. So similarly, you could, the girls could either see that, oh my God, the nice guys are going to stand out because there's all this blackness, all these assholes around that are totally making it completely clear as to who isn't the asshole. Or they could see it as, oh, I'm lost in a sea of assholes. However shall I be able to see where the nice guys are because I'm just lost in this black sea of misery? And it's all perception.
It is all perception, but like you said about balance and things of that nature, it's kind of hard, especially for people to really be happy with themselves. And I think that's kind of the part where people kind of break off. It's like, are you going to be an optimist or a pessimist? And you're going to have to choose either or. You can't be both, unfortunately, on that one. I choose to personally be an optimist because I've tried pessimist, and it does not work very well. You are not very happy with it.
Well, there's always a double-edged sword to extremes. It's what I refer to as light switch thinking. Like, you either have to be this extreme or that extreme, and it completely ignores everything in the middle. I refer to that as light switch thinking. Whereas reality is more like a cake. And as you know about cakes, they're configurations of ingredients. And if you could change one ingredient, add in or swap out, or even change the amount of the ingredient just slightly, you end up with a completely different cake. I mean, there's a fine line between bread and cake, but it's only a very small difference. But that small difference makes a big difference in the end resulting product. People also forget that it only takes a spark to get a fire going. People think they have to be the whole fire. Or I also phrase it as, people think that they already have to be at their destination in order to be able to begin to leave on their journey towards it. And those ideas, they cancel each other out. Because if in order to be at your destination you have to begin your journey, but you're requiring that you have to already be there in order to begin your journey, it's completely neurotic thinking. But it's the type of thinking we're programmed with. So I really think optimism and pessimism is a dichotomy. I prefer to look at it this way. All negative circumstances are a positive opportunity for positive change. That's neither optimistic nor pessimistic. That's just looking at it logically. Like, if you have a mess in the middle of the room, if you're afraid of the mess, then you're not going to be cleaning it up if you're being terrified by it. But if you just see that mess as an opportunity to make your room more clean, then you clean up the mess, your room's more clean, and that's then a positive thing. So this negative thing you didn't like acted as a positive opportunity to create positive change. People think they're being positive when they judge the negative as negative, but that's like saying 1 minus 1 equals 5. It doesn't make any sense. How is that being positive if you're saying, oh, love and light, shun the dark, get that negative away. If you ignore the negative, you'll give it power. No, if you ignore the roaches in the wall, they'll fucking breed. That's what'll happen. I seem to be amusing you at least a little bit.
A little bit.
Seems to
I'll
be
give you a
possibly
C.
good tonight. A C?
Yeah, I'll give you a C.
Huh?
I said I'll give you a C. As I'm being funny about it, because that's kind of what I do. If someone's like, if someone is saying or they think that they're doing a good thing or something, and I'll kind of say like you're an average, you're a C, or say a B minus, just to be funny about it.
Yeah,
Generally, I do it with my friends, so
yeah,
it doesn't really work.
Kind of like when a friend gets their driver's license or their permit, I'll say, "Oh, everybody, stay off the sidewalks."
Yeah.
We're all gonna
I've had that happen to me a couple times.
We're all gonna die.
Actually, funny story about driving though. When I was younger, we would go to these not bumper cars. It was those track. I'm trying to think. What is the word I'm looking for here?
Depends
they
on
were
what
bumper.
You're talking
they
about.
were trying to think. Sorry, it's a racetrack. So it's like an amusement park racetrack, right?
Go-karts?
With those
Go-karts?
cars.
Go-karts?
Go-karts, thank you. Sorry about that. When we were almost done with it, and it was near the end of the day, and we were almost done at the amusement park. At the very end of it, I was the last one to be driving, and I ran into someone. And one of the comments my uncle made was like, "Well, you don't want her on the road," because I just completely just went straight forward. Like I was supposed to put on the brakes, I just accelerated. It was really funny because then I had to make another round
There's
all the way
somebody
around again.
Hold on a moment. There's somebody at my door here. I'm broadcasting live at the moment. Sorry about that. I'm back.
You're fine.
Yeah, you look pretty hot
Anyway,
too.
I really kind of that. It's funny.
It's more humor when somebody says you're fine. Like, oh yeah, you're fine. I'm like, hey, you look pretty hot too. It's just kind of like your
Yeah.
C joke, Yeah.
Yeah, I try not to do any of the perverse jokes because I used to do that a lot. Now that I'm an adult, I can't really do that with the kids anymore. I might get in trouble, and I really don't want to do that. Especially at church. It's not a good idea to do.
Yeah.
I used to.
Well, I'll tell you right now. People like me and Rich, we're not easily offended at all. Completely laid back, and totally. We love sick and twisted, perverted humor just as much as the next person, and we're not judging it or whatever. So we're not a bunch of politically correct, smug, uptight motherfuckers here. So you don't have to worry about it. We make.
You're not allowed to talk to teenagers, even though they already talk to that way to each other. Even though I'm being totally hypocritical in Mr. Society, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, I mean, this is called Paradigm Shift in Educational Comedy for a reason. I mean, we'll get up here and joke about ideas like when we're making fun of Obama, we're like, yeah, look at the way Kissinger's looking at him. The back of the Oval Office, Kissinger's just fucking going to town, just spreading that fucking dark meat and sticking that white cock in there and bang, bang, to boom. Oh, yeah, Obama's Kissinger's fucking bitch. Yeah, look at the way Kissinger looks at him. Oh, he's looking right at that ass. He knows what he wants, It's like we're joking around like that. It's like, it's no big fucking deal, you know what I mean? And if somebody wants to get all offended, like, oh my god, you use poopy, naughty words. Oh my god. It's like, okay, well, fine. Then we don't want you as a subscriber, because if you can't handle that little bit of humor, then you really can't handle the more serious things that we discuss. So, goodbye. So no need to worry about crossing any lines. There's nothing to cross. It's just, we're just totally laid back and it's cool. Just be authentic, be yourself. If you don't feel like using perverse humor, don't. If you feel like using it, then use it. Just be yourself in the moment, and that's.
Henry Kissinger raping every president from Lyndon B. Johnson forward.
Oh, speaking of, why don't we get into a little more perverseness with your Bill Clinton and Monica on the blue dress? Go ahead, Bill Clinton. We got Bill Clinton here.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do this right. Now you got me into that state of oh crap. Okay. Hello, everybody. A paradigm shift in educational comedy. How goes it?
It's Mr. Bill Clinton. Have you talked with Monica Lewinsky lately? And by talked, I mean fucked.
No, I haven't really been seeing my secret server lately. I know Hillary has. She's getting investigated by the FBI, the female body inspector. I mean the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Wrong FBI.
Federal Bureau of Intimidation.
Federal Bureau of Intercourse. She's been sticking way too many USBs in her secret server. Just like I've been sticking my dick way too much in Monica's mouth.
He does all sorts of impressions. You a Star Trek fan at all?
Can do the George. I was able. Sometimes I can do George Takei, and then sometimes my voice is like dry and crackly, and I can't really pull it off. But yeah.
Are you a Star Trek fan? Do you know who Sudu is?
I have no idea what that is. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So she would recognize the impression then.
No Star Trek.
You've seen Star Wars, though, right? You know who Yoda is.
Yes, I have. It's one of my favorite series. I have got to buy that series. The thing was, my parents were so legalistic that they would never let me buy the series until I was out of their house because they thought it was too evil.
Oh,
I'm just going to
Star-
laugh about that because that's not evil. I'm sorry.
Star Wars, the evil. That's like saying that the Constitution is evil and that America is evil.
Lord Vader, execute Order 69. I want to fuck.
My boss.
That's Order 66. I am a serious Star Wars nerd.
Order 66.
I don't think the Vader came.
I'm excited about the 7th coming
I
out.
can do it if my voice is like in the right conditions. You know I can do the Vader voice. You've said do the Vader impression before, so.
Yeah, you've done it many times online before. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I can do the Yoda voice, the Yoda one. Stupid you are. Breed you should not.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, let's see. What other voice impressions can you do, Red?
Oh.
Hi-ho, Kermit the Frog here.
Hi-ho, Kermit the Frog here. I can do that
Kermit is schizophrenic, and you can hear the voices in his head.
Every once in a while, I can do Morgan Freeman. More people go with Visa.
What's in your wallet?
Visa, what's in your wallet? No, that's Capital One.
That always sounded perverted to me. I must say.
Well, yeah, that's because they really should have a Capital One commercial for what's in your wallet where somebody says this and whips out a condom. That'd be great.
Capital One, what's in your wallet?
I don't know. I've always, even when I was younger, I always thought that is so bad. I always thought that was funny.
What's in your wallet? Yeah, and then all the jokes about, the whole priceless thing, and for everything else there's MasterCard and so on.
Oh, they're priceless.
Priceless. Oh, there's Chewbacca.
And there's Chewbacca. I forgot about that one.
I really can't wait for the 7th to come out on Christmas Day, although I have some issues with Disney, so I'm wondering if they mess it up, I'm sending so much hate mail. I'm not kidding.
Well,
I do not like Disney, so
it's in JJ.
you know what?
So I don't think Disney's gonna have a chance to really mess with it.
Have you ever watched Inspector Gadget?
No, I've never seen that.
Well, I could do the voice impression, but it would be pretty irrelevant if you've never seen it.
Well, I've heard the voice before, but I've never actually watched it.
Oh, you've heard the voice before.
Yes.
Go, go, Gadget, dildo! I said dildo, not vibrator!
He doesn't. He sounds like he's got some mental issues.
Doesn't everybody?
That was pretty good.
The average bear. Hey? Well, hey, look at the word governmental and put a hyphen in it. Govern mental. Control mine. The obvious hides in plain sight.
Funny.
She thinks I'm kidding.
No.
You never know.
No.
Words have purpose.
No. You must die. He has all the power.
You killed your screen, by the way.
What have I done? You got engaged to the pedophile, killed the hottie, now got all your arms and legs chopped off, and you're in a metal suit. Congratulations, you fucked yourself.
You know what's funny? And it's so sick and twisted. Those llamas on YouTube. Have you ever seen them? I'm trying to think. Llamas with hats.
Oh,
If you've
yeah,
never seen
yeah.
it, it's
Oh
so
God,
funny.
I've seen that. It's even more sadistic than Charlie the Unicorn. I've seen llamas with it's just like I can't quote exactly. It's been a while, but like that's a human hand you're eating. And then like there's the one where like he frickin' like ends up like detonating a nuke on the city, and it's like. Well, I thought it was better than birthday candles. I just want to do something special for your birthday. You killed everybody!
If he killed everybody, though, in that one episode, how is there still people in the next?
Well,
That always didn't make any sense to me.
Well, if you only nuke a city, obviously there's more than just one city that exists on Earth, so... Whatever that city was is gone. That doesn't mean the whole Earth is gone.
True, but you just said everybody, so that could entail everybody in the world. That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't think llamas have much of a tail at their end.
No, they don't.
What's all this gobbledygook you're talking about with llamas? We should be talking about propane and propane accessories. Damn it, Bobby, get out of the street.
Yeah, Bobby, get out of the street.
Hey, Beavis, Bobby's like playing on the street. Streets are cool.
Yeah, cars run on streets. They'll run Bobby over. Run him over.
Speaking of streets, though, I absolutely hate biking on streets because I don't drive yet, so I have to bike on the streets, and there are some pretty big idiots on the streets. Like, they can't. I bike all the way to the right side, and they're over here, like, this close to you.
Yeah,
oh, man, I was like, you gotta be kidding me.
I'm in Chicago.
And you can't bike on the sidewalk because that's prohibited. What?
I said I'm in Chicago. Where are you at?
Oh, I'm Ohio.
Oh, my friend Kristen lives in Ohio. I wonder how close you might live to her. I guess I'll have to let you two talk sometime. But in Chicago, we have a saying about the traffic here. Half of them don't care if they hit you, and the other half are actively trying to.
Yeah, there's a couple times I was like, I want to chase you down and talk to you because that was absolutely rude. But then I'm also gonna talk to an adult, probably adult male, and that's probably not a good idea since I don't know if I don't have fighting experience. So it's kind of a point that it's like you gotta be careful.
I have a question. How far do you live from Covington?
I don't know where that is. I'm sorry, I've only lived here 2 years, so I don't know very many places.
Ah, okay. Because my friend Kristen lives in Covington, and she's a really awesome girl. She's also one of the PSEC crew. So she's also one of those people that really could use a bit more uplifting and inspirement, and she's also on DeviantART. So if you guys live close enough, that it's not too inconvenient, you guys might want to hang out.
Cincinnati area. That's the area I am in.
She's like, I think,
I don't know how close that is.
I can see it on a map in my head. You've got look here, like here's Cincinnati, here's Cleveland, and here's Covington, almost like right here. So it's almost like a weird like partial like angle thing. So it's like here's Cincinnati, then you go that way, and here's Covington, and then you go that way, and there's Cleveland.
Here I'm on Google Earth right now.
Okay, I do know where Cleveland is. Sure. Yeah, I know where Cleveland is.
Yeah, so she's halfway between you and Cleveland.
Okay, that's about a 4-hour. That's about a 4-hour drive, give or take. I actually was in California for 16 years, so like I said, I don't know a whole lot of places in Ohio. Yeah. And so I'm still learning the place.
And Chicago is about as far as the drive from Covington to Cleveland, maybe give or take a little, so between 4 and 6 hours. And then my other friend Lisa, she's in Fort Wayne, Indiana, which is a lot closer to you than Covington would be, I think, because you're pretty close. Yeah. Pretty close to the Indiana-Ohio border, and she's in Fort Wayne, so she's probably only about an hour and a half from you.
Okay,
there's Covington.
Yeah, I think just about that.
That's the distance between Covington and Cincinnati, and I'm looking that on Covington to Cincinnati. I wonder how long that'll take.
Well, hopefully I might have made you a new in-person friend at some point. I'll have Kristen add you to watch.
Maybe, but I'm better at talking to people online than I am in real life, because I just prefer to. It's easier to talk to someone, say, online, or be nicer to someone online without looking looking really weird. Because going up to someone and trying to talk to someone, they'll either tell you, literally, some people will actually tell you to go away, like trying to be nice to someone. It's very, very hard to choose. So you kind of have to watch who you're actually going to be talking to, see who would want to talk, who's just going to be stuck up.
Obviously. So obviously, it would definitely be recommended that you get to know Kristen online first, obviously.
Okay, now I'm screen sharing right now between Covington and Cincinnati. The shortest distance, 82.9 miles, or 1 hour 24 minutes, and the longest on I-71 South.
You killed your screen again.
Hey, look! It says Hamilton. Which is Rich's last name.
Yep. And the longest distance would be I-71 South, which would be 96.7 miles, or 1 hour and 48 minutes. You would be going through Dayton, partially Middletown, a little bit through Sharonville,
Yeah, I know where those are.
So yeah, it's like directly north of you. Covington is like directly to the north of you.
And this is the National Geographic segment of Paradigm Shift and Educational Comedy.
Yep.
Are you sure you're able to teach that?
Gotta love Google Earth. Google Earth is great.
But I guess my point already was is that when you know someone is not an uptight douchebag, then it probably wouldn't be uncomfortable talking to them in person. Whereas if you're not sure,
Yeah,
or you know for a fact that they're an uptight douchebag, then obviously you wouldn't want to go there. That just wouldn't be good.
Mhm.
Anyway, I will have Kristen add you to watch.
Okay. Well, I think that there's some, like you said, there are people that you don't want to be friends with, but sometimes even people that are standoffish can become a friend if you actually try and become their friend. For instance, I've had quite a few people that have actually been very standoffish, and just being different, kind of just trying to be their friend is kind of broken them out of their shell, and you're able to become their friend. Some people just need a little more work. Some people are, and I think that there's a lot of self-esteem issues as well in them. Even the people that are full of themselves, and actually, especially the people that are full of themselves, it's actually just a self-esteem thing. If they're going to bring you down, there's something wrong with them.
Hey, look at all these rich elite motherfuckers that think that the only way for them to be secure in their lives is to control everybody else in the entire world. That is like the epitome of low self-esteem. They act like they're all big and bad. Oh, I got all this money. I own this corporation, blah, blah, blah. But they're such control freaks that they think they have to control everybody else in the world in order to be secure in their own reality. So that is like the epitome of low self-esteem and lack of confidence. So you're totally right. But yeah, there are some people that you can get through to them, and I think that most if not all of my female friends, it's been that sort of same thing, because girls tend to have this stereotype to where there's no such thing as nice guys. All guys are creepy. All guys are evil. All guys just want to stick their dick in ya, and that's it. That's the only real reality. There's no other type of guy, and don't trust guys, and so on and so forth. But what they're doing, they don't realize that they're setting themselves up to be trapped with nothing but assholes and misery and pain, because if they believe that no nice guys exist, then obviously they're not going to see them, so they're not going to meet them, so they're not going to deal with them, and they're pretty much consigning themselves to a hell of nothing but assholes, because that's all they believe in.
Yeah, they're getting themselves into the exact thing they don't want, because they're not willing to explore and to meet people, because they're too afraid to get out there.
I used to be in a similar boat, because it's like, there's kind of a lot of mutual psychological projection going on, because when girls would act that way towards me, I took it as they're telling me that I have to be somebody that I'm not. Like, I took it as them saying, no, Dave, you're not allowed to be who you are. You are who I say you are, so fuck you. You know what I mean? So, like, my ego kind of took it as that. So then I ended up doing the same psychological projection, that it's just like, oh, well, this is just more evidence that all girls are just game-playing bitches, and that friendships with females are finite because they start in drama. There's drama all the way through, and they're destroyed by drama. So friendship isn't real. There's only drama, and there's only game players. And if you have a friendship, appreciate it while it's there, because it's really not going to last. It's going to blow up. It's going to implode. And when I figured out that this is just a psychological projection, then I started acting in my preferred state of being, instead of reacting, how society taught me to react. I wasn't letting what she was doing control my actions, and I was just like, hey, I understand you have these views, and, they're based on your experiences and whatever, and I'm not that type of guy, but hey, believe what you want. I'm not going to fault you for it. I'm not going to get mad at you for it. I'm not going to criminalize you. You have the right to be who you are, and so on and so forth. So then, according to the girls' belief systems, it's like, that can't exist. That can't exist in reality. So she's like seeing the proverbial pink elephant flying down the street that isn't supposed to exist, but she can't deny it's there anyway. So now she has to kind of stop and think and question, maybe my belief systems might not be totally correct. Maybe there are some guys who aren't douchebags, and so on and so forth. So I had to learn that, it was okay for me to just be myself, and that I didn't have to react all butthurt to, other people acting the way they're acting, and that there's reasons that they're acting like that. And that when I react to their butthurtedness, then I'm just being butthurt too, and it's just this big, hamster wheel. But everyone's a contributor to the situation, and it's just, it's a clusterfuck. It really is.
But it's interesting because you could be the person that actually stops that kind of cycle, or yeah, it actually is kind of a cycle, because it's just going around and around. And if you just stop it, if you act different from what everyone else is acting, like for instance, there's I'm using an example. It's not actually a real example. It's not. Once I learned that being mean to someone like everyone else is doing so, or because someone's being unfair to you, isn't really going to help the situation by calling them out, by telling them, you know what you're doing is wrong, I don't want to be your friend anymore, I want nothing to do with you. I felt like maybe it's kind of maybe helping them the best way I could help them possible. And if I'm here to help people, then what I should be doing is I should not get emotionally involved, but just try to help them from a safe distance. Say, I'm going to be there for you. You don't necessarily have to be their best friend or anything like that, but you can try to help them, and then they'll realize that, hey, there's actually someone that cares about me, and they might actually begin to think that, well, maybe what I'm doing isn't such a good idea. But again, there's always a very strong chance that some people will not learn, because this is kind of something I picked up. Some people will learn, but the idiots will never learn, because they'll just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. You got to be open-minded in some way, shape, or form, to be able to see where other people are coming from, to see how other people are feeling. And that's kind of how I saw it. When someone hurt me, I realized that, you know what, I could be angry, I could be upset about it, but how is that other person feeling? It might not, they might even be doing it intentionally.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of something that I picked up on. In fact, one of my friends was going through this situation.
That was a realization that it took my ego a while to deal with too, because when I started realizing that all the stuff that people were doing to me, it was just reflections, and I realized that I was doing it to them as well as a reaction, and I realized I didn't know I was doing it. So I'm like, wait a minute, if I didn't know it, they probably don't either. So now I can't point my finger and say, you naughty person, you're so bad, you're so horrible, because if I didn't realize I was doing it, they probably don't realize it either, so that means it's just a misunderstanding. So then ego has a hard time wrapping its mind around that, because it wants to point and it wants to blame and it wants to feel justified and go, no, I'm the one who's right, I'm the victim, they're wrong, they're the enemy, they're the horrible one, I'm the good one. And you have to kind of get beyond the ego's addiction to that to really see that, it was just like a squirrel trying to get to the other squirrel on the other side of the car mirror that isn't really there, because it's a freaking mirror.
But that's the problem, especially in an argument. I mean, there might be a right side. It depends on how you look at it. But honestly, you think that you're the victim of something, but you're arguing it. Doesn't that make you? Doesn't that also make you part of the issue as well? Because you're continuously arguing this, trying to prove your point, trying to bring that other person down by what you believe, trying to make them believe what you think. There's always a time to step back and say, you know what, let's just agree to disagree. That's kind of something I see. You know what, I'm obviously not going to change your mind, and I don't want to sway you with my opinion, so let's just agree to disagree. That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, completely agreed. You are an
I just
you are an extremely wise girl. How often do you get told that?
not in so many words. There's some people that will say, if they actually get to know me, that might say something like that. But I've only heard that technically from teenagers, and that's not much of a compliment because they're learning themselves. And I mean, hearing that you're really, really smart from, say, a 14-year-old girl, I'm 18 years old. Thank you, but you don't know very much about the world, so how are you able to make that assumption? Not to bring anyone down, but it
I
just
understand
feels
what you're
like the
saying.
older the person, I just feel like
I'm
somewhat, if the now it's not always true.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
I'm not a teenager, so feel free to feel complimented.
Okay. But just the way I see it is, as you should, and this is actually supposed to be how it goes, the older you get, the smarter you get. Sometimes it's not always the case, sometimes it's the dumber you get, but I just feel like
Let's just say that the brain is wired to keep getting better at whatever you practice. So some
yeah.
people practice foolishness and stupidity and idiocy and neurosis, and the longer they practice that, they're going to get really, really good at it. So
Those are the people I tend to stay away from because they just drive me up the wall. It just drives me crazy because, like, the people that most annoy me, though, are the ones that say that they're smart, and then I talk to them, and their logic is off. They say that they have an IQ of, say, 147, but they don't act it. One of them was one of the people that I've met before, they were just, they were smart, they acted smart at first, but then when it all came down to it, they weren't very intelligent, and they were supposed to be older than I was. And I mean, and their mentality showed it because when I was talking to them, they told me that, and this is actually going back to driving. Actually, they told me that they had to go through the experience of driving exhausted and almost crashing to realize that that's not a good idea. I was like, idiot. I thought that was probably the stupidest thing I ever heard. You don't have to go, see, the thing is, people don't have to go through the experiences to learn it themselves. And that's one of them that just, you
yeah,
don't need to go through that experience. It's kind of
that's
common sense. That's what I'm trying to say.
yeah, that's totally true. I mean, there's a lot of experiences that I've gone through in my life, and one of the most important things that I learned about it is that going through all that was not the only way that I could have learned that. There are other ways that don't require having gone through what I went through. So on that realization, it's like, cool. That means I didn't go through it for nothing, because if I share my experiences, other people can learn from that without having to go through that themselves. The idea of, oh, in order to learn something, you have to go through this, and this. It's like saying that, okay, well, in order to know this, and this knowledge, you have to wait till you're 30 or 35 or whatever. It doesn't dawn on anybody that maybe it took them that long to learn it because they're a fucking idiot. And they're like hard-headed and duh. Maybe that's why they learned it at 35. Maybe they could have learned it at 18 or 20, because maybe there's an easier way to learn it, and they just didn't do that. But,
Yeah.
you know, we watch the stubborn fool take that long and go, okay, well, if it took that person that long, then that means that's human nature. That's the human condition. In order to learn this, it has to take that many years, bar none. That's the only reality. That guy sitting there with the PhD is the evidence, and that's it. Do not contradict me, or you are being disruptive and the troublemaker, and you're going to get kicked out of class and banned from this career field, and no one will want you when they see your name on the resume. They'll be, oh, that kooky person who has the audacity to think differently than we do. Get her out of here. Whatever, you know. So it's like there's that whole mentality, and it's really stupid. It's, you know, just like they say that, you know, when you're a teenager, that's when you have the most neural networks in your brain. And after that, it's all downhill from there.
The more stupidity.
No, neural networks form through repetition of learning. Now, if you stop learning and you sit there like a fucking idiot and do nothing and let your mind waste away, then of course you're going to be forming less neural networks as you're getting older, because you're not giving your mind any sort of stimulus whatsoever. So it's going to start cutting back. That's why when people completely retire at 65, they usually retire straight into the grave. Whereas when people semi-retire, they live to be like 100 half the time, because they're still keeping their mind active as well. So saying that, oh, as you get older, the neural networks just degrade, that's as stupid as bringing 10 people into a classroom that are 800 pounds and going, okay, these guys are 50 and they're 800 pounds, so it's inevitable. As you get older, you're going to be 800 pounds. That's the inevitable, absolute truth.
Yeah.
So then what's a kid going to think? Well, I may as well just eat whatever and not care about my health and just totally neglect my body, because if I'm going to end up like that anyway, you know, so it ends up being like a self-fulfilling prophecy. They don't realize that it's because of that mentality that ended up happening. But everyone's like, oh, that's just human nature, that's going to happen, so fuck it, you know, and it's a complete fallacy.
But that's the problem, though, right there. They accept, they believe what isn't true, and they don't study it for themselves. Isn't that something we're supposed? That's something that we don't learn a whole lot in high school, to be honest. They just give us the material, read it, and hopefully do well on it. Even some of the teachers were just, they gave you a passage just because you did the work. Did you learn anything is the question. That's supposed to be how it works.
School is a system of indoctrination, not education. They completely discourage critical thinking in school. Most of what I know right now that's of any value to me whatsoever, I learned outside of school. Probably 2% or less of anything right now that is of any value I actually learned in any sort of school system, because the school system's just all about blind obedience. Obey, be a good sheep, don't question anything, be a military man or woman, be an obedient worker, do as you're told, no matter how unconstitutional the laws are, obey it, no matter how ridiculous your situation is, just shrug your shoulders and accept it and just say, oh well, human nature, or whatever excuse you want to make, and just be an apathetic sack of shit and waste away.
But what about a challenge? That's what I'm trying to get at, though. What about a challenge? Why can't you challenge society? Maybe it's a different way. Maybe there's a better way. And that's what I'm trying to get people to realize. It's not just what you see. It's not just what people are telling you. I am completely opposite. If there is some kind of fad or something, I'm completely opposite. I will analyze it, see what the pros and cons there are, and if I don't like it, I won't follow it. There's not, you need to analyze it for yourself. That's how that's how Obama got into presidency, because no one. I had one of my friends that said that they'll vote for Obama because he's good looking. I was like, oh Lord, okay.
Well, my political views, as briefly as possible: 2 wings, 1 bird. All presidents are puppets, with few exceptions. They're all controlled by the same corporate frickin' masters, and all a president is a puppet with a corporate hand up his ass. So that's why I don't blame Obama, I don't blame Bush, I don't blame anybody. They're fun to make fun of, sure, but no matter who's in office, it's always the same corporate hand up their ass, so to speak. You can't even run for a position of any office without having the multi-million-dollar backing of those corporate interests. So if someone has bribed and blackmailed you and funded you and bought you, who are you going to be loyal to? The people that you're breaking all your promises to, or those corporate interests who have said, we gave you this money, so now you are our bitch? That's not conspiracy theory. That's just business as fucking usual. Even Donald Trump has gotten up there and said it. And said, this is how the system works. That's how it's always worked. Look at the Electoral College.
Wonderful.
The Electoral College is a fucking joke.
Man.
When I was taking Constitution class, I'm like, wait a minute. Hold the phone. How do the people have a vote?
That's what I'm trying to say.
If all the votes come into the Electoral College and the Electoral College goes, we don't like how the people voted, we're just going to rewrite it how we want it. We, the corporate, multinational corporations with corporate interests of America, sitting in the Electoral College saying, we're going to make sure our boys get in place. And if the people didn't vote for our boys, that's okay. Because we got this Electoral College right here where we can just rewrite everything and make sure it all comes out the way our agendas want it, so that, you know, this unhealthy product ends up on the market, and this dangerous drug ends up out, and all the stuff that makes us money and hurts everybody, you know, Monsanto, this, that, whatever. We're going to make sure that all that gets out and implemented so that it's raining money into our checking accounts, because we're going to cry like a baby if we can't buy at least 2 yachts a year. We got to keep up our lifestyle, so we got to make sure we control the system so that we're raking in all the fucking money and everyone else is fucking screwed. We control the system.
Yeah.
And that's the way it is, politics in every country, because these corporations are global corporations. If people would do their research, they would see that all the big corporations, there's like 6 corporations that own literally all the other corporations for everything. There's like 6. The illusion of choice. You're a conspiracy nut.
Yes.
No, why don't you research into it? It's fucking true. No, that couldn't happen.
Yeah.
It's like rich criminals couldn't possibly do criminal things with their money. You're a conspiracy nut. Why would a criminal who's rich do criminal things with their money? You kook. You know, that's how these people come off to me.
Are those
when they,
oh, man.
when they
How many
scream
people say
conspiracy
that to
theory,
you?
it's like, huh?
How many people say that to you? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, quite a few.
There are really that many idiots out there.
Yeah, I mean, and like, well, that's why I rant on these things too. It's funny. Like, they think that legislation is this magical force field that just changes reality by writing shit down. So, if you write down that guns are banned, this means that this magical spell is going to come over all the criminals and stop them from being criminals and stop them from getting guns on the black market. The black market that the corporations that control government also fund the black market, because that's like their main thing. It's organized crime, right? So it's like, yeah, if we write it down on this piece of paper, this puts out this magical spell that suddenly the criminals just can't get guns anymore or commit any crimes. I mean, it's freaking ridiculous what people think of legislation. That if these psychopathic assholes running things write it down, then it must be true. It must be real. And people are just like, okay, that's true, that's real.
Where's the logic involved? How is that even... That doesn't make any sense. That truly doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's brainwashing.
That actually boggles my mind that there are people that act like that.
Oh yeah, it's like
That actually believe that.
This is America. We're free. We're infallible. Our country is immutable. There's no way it could be corrupted. This is mom's apple pie and the American dream. Nothing could go wrong. You know, we're so great. You know, it's like
Have they seen it all? Have they read about politics? Do they know what's going on in the news? Oh my gosh.
They just parrot it. Hell, in person, actually, I once had a guy tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I said, dude, I've researched this stuff for years. He's like, I do my research too. I watch Fox News. I'm informed. And I laughed and I said, you just
No.
made my point for me.
Yeah, that's not. You can't watch those. You
Propaganda
can't watch
pieces.
those. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Sorry. Yeah, those things are just. They're not going to give you any information whatsoever. If you want information, if you really want the truth, you've got to dig, and you've got to dig deep. They're not just going to give it
Some
out to
people
you
say.
willingly and freely.
Some people say that
What?
this and this and this is true. Some people say that this and this and this is true. Some people say that President Obama has blah blah. Some people say. That's their way of citing a source without citing a source. Some people say. That's what they do. If you ever pay attention and watch it, that's what they always do when they're trying to hypnotize the masses with a point, because the masses are all about,
Yeah.
I need to be popular and in with the in crowd. So if some people say, ooh, who are these some people? They're probably important. I better not go against them. I better believe whatever it is they believe. I better follow the meme, because then some people might say that I'm a stupid douchebag for not following that meme, and I don't want some people to say that about me. So whatever some people say must be true. So yeah.
No, that's what I say. What I say is, you know what? If they want to call me stupid, then go ahead. There's something, because if I'm thinking outside of the box right now, that makes you stupid. Because
Yeah,
if you're gonna go with everything everyone else is saying, and if there's so much propaganda, then you're wrong. Even though there might be some truth to it, it's not the whole truth. I mean, there might be a teeny shred of truth to it, but it's not going to be all the information you need to hear.
I've been told that because I don't like Obama, that makes me racist. I'm like, oh really? Well, what about all the black people who don't like him? Are they self-haters? And then the reply to that is, you're not allowed to say that there's black people who don't like him, because you're not allowed to speak for our people. You is white. You can't speak for our people. It's like, what do you mean we're fucking people? Last I checked, we're all human.
We're
What race
all
are
the
you?
same.
What race are you?
Yeah.
Martian?
I'm sorry. No, that's what I'm trying to say. There is no our people, where if we are all equal, as what the Constitution is supposed to say, then there is no our people. I really hate that, because they keep on bringing up, okay, I know that there was slavery about 200 years ago, but that is past. Please
Now we're all mental slaves. We're thought policed. We're economically enslaved, mentally enslaved,
Yeah.
emotionally enslaved. Quick, somebody grab me a staff. Let my people go.
Oh, God.
There we go. You know.
On my this is another topic, but on the why core has got to go on my journal. Somebody commented the last Dragon Knight, which I've gotten into discussions with this guy before. He said, "You do realize DA just laid off half of their staff, right? They were going broke, so either make the site pay to access or do this. It ain't changing. They are a business like any other. They're here to make money." I said if they wanted to do that,
Yeah.
there are 1,000 other ways to do so.
It goes exactly back to what me and Sarah were just talking about. People think that there's only one way of doing something, and that they don't even want to hear about any other ways.
And I'm just gonna say to him, screwing over the main lifeblood of DA is not the way to do so. You just watch. Nobody's gonna buy core.
I have a question, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen the video I have
Sure.
uploaded of Larkin Rose about mental malware?
No, I haven't. I have to admit, I haven't. I just subscribed to your channel because I forgot to do so, and I apologize for that. I was
Oh,
going
no
to do it
need.
sooner.
The only
But
reason the reason I asked is because I think that it's relevant to what we're talking about, and I was going to offer to do a screen share and play it through. It's rather short, but I think it's completely relevant, to everything that we've been saying. As a matter of fact, when I run into people who are full of themselves on DA, I share that video with them, and they either go quiet, or they call me stupid and stop talking to me, or they block me outright for sharing that. So like it's a great video to toss at the pseudo intellectual asshats that just think that they're so much fucking better than everybody else. And so I just wanted to share that within this. So in order for you to hear it play through, I'm going to have to disengage my headphones so that the audio will come back out the speakers and through and around, and so they could hear that. Let me go into my gallery. Can you guys see it okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, cool. Here we go.
The title of my talk today is Removing Mental Malware. Malware as in computer malware, where somebody writes a program and sticks it on your computer by way of a virus or something. It'll be the mental version of that. Step one is, do you want to know the truth?
Can you hear it okay?
Yes.
Just check.
If you really want to know the truth, that requires you to put everything you believe at risk, to question everything you assume, to question everything you think you've already figured out. Do we believe what we're taught? Do we believe what we hear everyone around us telling us, what our teachers tell us, what our parents tell us, what the community around us tells us? You may have some pet theory, some conspiracy theory, or some weird theory that other people think are weird. And when you found out the truth, you might find you were actually wrong. That your theory was bogus. And if you are not open to that possibility, then you're not really going for the truth. On the other hand, there may be somebody who says, well, I believe what the mainstream believes, and I believe what everyone around me believes, and I'm not going to consider anything that sounds unusual or weird. They don't want to know the truth either. Wanting to know the truth requires risking what you already have and what you're already comfortable with, which is why most people don't want to know the truth. Assuming you actually want to know the truth, how do you get there? By using the scientific method, or the scientific process. I'm a huge fan of the scientific process. I think it's the only way to reach rational conclusions. However, I'm also a huge critic of a lot of people who stick the label scientist on themselves. The scientific process, in a nutshell, is you take in evidence, you take in data, and from it you try to extrapolate an explanation of reality, or pieces of reality. You try to get a worldview that actually matches the world outside of you. And sometimes you find out, whoops, well, that data made it look like this, but now this data makes it... And so you have to test your theories and sometimes throw them out. A lot of people who wear the label scientist and pretend they like science, what they do is take in a lot of evidence, look at the stuff that already fits what they already believe, and the other stuff, that's just weird, or we're going to pretend that didn't happen. So by the scientific process, I don't mean come to the results that are now usually labeled under science. I mean the actual scientific process of look at the world, take in all the evidence you can, and then try to figure out reality from that, even if the evidence is weird and disturbing and goes against what you already want. Another problem that stops people from using the scientific process is when it starts to point at a conclusion that they don't like. They will often bail out. If you start to see a rational examination of the evidence pointing towards you were totally wrong about something, most people will bail out and run the other way because they're invested in what they already believe in. Now, this is especially true if it's something you believed in your whole life, you've worked on, maybe you've devoted your career to something, and somebody comes along and says, I want you to consider this, and rationally look at the evidence and find out that your entire career was based on a gigantic lie. There is a huge motivation to not look at that, to not use the scientific process. That's what each one of us has to look out for inside our own heads. Are there any walls we put up because we think, I don't really like where that evidence and logic is leading me, I'm just going to kind of stick a wall there and pretend I didn't see that. That's the comfortable, easy thing. There are lots of conclusions people don't want to reach. There are lots and lots of conspiracy theories, and when people say conspiracy theory, they're usually bashing it, and what they usually mean is, I don't want to consider the possibility that the explanation for this event that happened is something that's really going to creep me out. So I'm going to call it a conspiracy theory. That is not scientific, and that is not rational. When you have things happen like what happened in Boston and 9/11, I don't even bother telling people what I think very often, or arguing the evidence. I just go to people and say, did you look at this evidence? Did you approach this wanting to know what happened? Or did you approach this determined that this will be the conclusion you reach no matter what? And that's most people, because most people don't want to know the truth. And the only people who ever move it forward are the ones who say, yeah, I want to know the whole truth. It might be unpleasant, and it might totally mess up my view of the world, and might mess up my life and everything else, but yeah, truth's got to come first. Assuming we want to know the truth, and assuming we know the scientific process, why do we come to so many different conclusions? What messes things up for us? Checking for warped perceptions. The primary problem in the world is not greed, and it is not hatred, and it is not malice. It's the fact that people's perception of reality is hugely twisted by things they're taught, by things they hear all around them, their upbringing. I think it's pretty self-evident that if you have one huge group of people who means well and wants truth and justice to prevail and sees reality as it is, and another huge group of people who wants truth and justice to prevail and they see reality as it is, they probably wouldn't be trying to murder each other. Which means the underlying problem in every war is not the hatred, even though there's obvious surface animosity while they're trying to kill each other. It's warping of perceptions. At least one side, and I would say both sides every time, their perceptions have been warped such that they say trying to kill that other guy is necessary for humanity. And the guy over there thinks trying to kill them is necessary for humanity. And if the one side or both sides whose perceptions were mangled could fix their own perceptions, the war stops. Because they suddenly realize, okay, you think you're the good guy and I think I'm the good guy. If we both understand reality, we'll probably stop killing each other. The problem is, this is something I refer to as mental lenses, things that are inside our head that warp the way we see the world. Everybody thinks he sees the world as it is. It's impossible not to. You think you see reality, you think you have a pretty good grip on reality. There may be things you say, well, I don't know about this and I don't know about that, but I have a general grasp on what's going on. Nobody thinks his own perception is messed up. Now, everybody can point to all sorts of other people. And pointing out that somebody else is delusional doesn't make them not delusional, even if they are. The only thing that moves humanity forward is if somebody dares to look inside their own head and say, are there things that are messing up my perception of reality and making me do stupid stuff? Because the only one you can actually change is yourself. Unfortunately, most people would much rather shoot at other people than say, maybe my belief system is based on some bogus ideas. So for the past 10,000 years, whatever, we've just been killing each other because I'd rather kill you than think about my own paradigm. Not a good situation, but it is changing with events like this. Why would our perceptions be warped? When I talk about mental malware, I mean stuff that was put there intentionally to mess you up. Most of what we believe is passed on to us from our parents, our teachers, our friends, people around us, our society as a whole, the media, all the things we're exposed to. I do not believe that everybody out there telling a lie is trying to tell a lie. I believe the vast majority are just passing on lies that they were taught because they don't know any better. When parents teach their children stupid things that they learned, they're not thinking, ha ha ha, I'm going to get the kids to this one. They think they're saying reality to the next generation. When teachers teach the same garbage that they were taught that's untrue and based on a bunch of false paradigms, they're not trying to be nasty, they're just passing on their own misunderstanding. And this is why, number one is important, we have to want to know the truth. Because if someone who cares about you and loves you is telling you this and they sound so sure of themselves, the hardest thing in the world is to think, maybe you're totally wrong, Mom and Dad. I know you mean well. I don't think you're trying to fake me out, but I think you and everyone around me might be totally wrong about this. Another reason people don't want the truth is if you're the only one who believes something, it's really uncomfortable. I suspect people in this crowd know that a lot more than the general public. Not being in the majority is an uncomfortable place to be, which tends to push us into a majority that all can feel confident that together they believe their own destructive things. For the purpose of this talk, what matters is getting it out of your head. Those of you who know about the Prussian indoctrination system and like John Taylor Gatto's work, you can very much see the openly admitted intentional design of programming people to be easily controlled and unthinking machines. It doesn't even matter if you got these warped perceptions by way of misinformed but benevolent sources or actual psychos trying to control you. Because either way, if they're stuck in your head and messing with your perception, then they need to be fixed. The primary example of malware that I talk about is the malware revolving around concepts of government and law and politics and authority and crime and all the terminology and all the thought processes that tentacles come out from the belief in authority. It's really easy to point to some bad guy, to point to some tyrant, to point to some regime and say, that's the problem, they're scary, they're bad, let's go do something about them. The main problem isn't the bad guys. The bad guys will keep being bad guys. The main problem is the power they get from the warping of the perceptions of their victims. And if you fix the perceptions of their victims, the control freaks don't have any power anymore. Everybody believes in government. They believe it's real, they believe in the law, they believe in authority, and they have all these perceptions that they think are based on reality. That is a great sign that you have somebody controlling what's in here. But if you're convinced that it's law and it's government and it's authority, literally people feel profound moral guilt at doing something that doesn't hurt anybody but disobeys the group of people who claim to be government, who claim to have the right to rule. I love the term law-abiding taxpayer because it's people proudly displaying their malware for all the world to see. I am proud that I give my money to a bunch of crooks and I do whatever they tell me. Law-abiding taxpayer. That is all it means. Lots and lots of history is good people who are taught to believe the lie of authority, either just spectating and doing nothing, or actively helping to dominate, oppress, or even kill their fellow man because authority told them to. That's what I mean by the fact that the problem is not the psychos. There's only one reason we know the name Adolf Hitler, and it wasn't because of Adolf Hitler. It was because lots of people in Germany believed in the thing called authority. And so if the guy is in a certain position and has a certain job description, and he tells you to do something, well, you do it. You follow orders. You enforce the law. If they didn't believe that, what could one goofball with a stupid mustache possibly have done on his own? Same thing everywhere. Red China, Soviet Union, you can go anywhere you want. The mass oppression was not because all the individuals doing it thought, today I just want to go hurt somebody. It's because they were raised with the malware of authoritarianism in government and law and all these concepts that go together so that they literally feel guilty about doing what they know is right. The Stanley Milgram did experiments which totally show that this applies to Americans as much as anybody else. We know what is right and wrong, and we will do the wrong thing if a perceived authority tells us to. That's the horrendous punchline. And I highly suggest everybody go check out this. It should be required. People should be forced to read that book. Stanley Milgram's book is called Obedience to Authority, and it goes all through his experiments, which is really creepy, but it's an outstanding expose on mental malware and the destruction it leads to, making good people do really nasty evil stuff. even inside the freedom movement, because the malware is so lodged in most people's heads, even the vast majority of people say, I want freedom, they don't recognize their own malware. They don't even check for it. Because they think, problems in Washington, D.C., those guys are bad guys. And yeah, they are bad guys, but they're not the problem. And we have to go do something to them. And whenever that's the focus, you lose, because you miss the underlying problem of the world. The entire idea that we have to do something to the ruling class, whether we have to vote in people who will sit around and go petition them, we have to go have a protest, we have to have a revolution. There is nothing you can do to the control freaks who pretend to be government that will fix reality. As long as that malware is in their heads, it doesn't matter what you do to the current ruling class. Elections, petitions, even revolutions, they're pointless, because that isn't the problem. If the problem is inside your head, shooting somebody in Washington isn't going to fix it. But if you imagine a world in which the malware is gone, and tomorrow 300 million people wake up and say, I don't really feel a need to give a bunch of my money to them. In fact, I don't feel a need to use their crummy currency that keeps going down in value. I don't feel the moral obligation to obey their arbitrary, stupid commands, and I definitely don't want to fuel their war machine in their police state. So, now, if one person does that, out come the jackboots and he gets stomped and killed and thrown in the cage. If 300 million do it, we're done. The end. As long as you're focused on doing something to the rulers, nothing fixes, because they're not the problem. And all of their power comes from the malware in our heads, our perceptions that they have the right to do this, that their commands are law, that when they say give me money, it is robbery, it's taxation. These ideas in the heads of the victims are the problem. But what it comes down to is when people understand the malware, it goes away. Don't be scared of chaos and anarchy. Be scared of the guy who says, put me in charge, and I will fix the world. He is not your master. You are your master.
And there we have it. What did you think of that?
I thought that it was pretty good, but for me, I'm a little bit strange than most, and I actually have to contemplate and think about things to be able to give an answer that would make what my opinion on something like that would be. I thought it was interesting overall, especially the end.
Oh my God! You evil shamed you bad girl! You're claiming that you actually have to use your brain and think before you can say something that you're not going to meme society, that you're actually using your intelligence and looking at things rationally. Oh, shame on you! You terrible person, you evil sinner, oh man, just shame.
That's exactly what he was saying that we're not supposed to do, is to actually think with our mind.
Well, that's what society says.
I don't know if people are able to do that, though. Honestly, though, are people able to think for themselves and not follow the crowd?
Yes.
Like I said, I challenge it.
Able,
thing
yes.
is, are they going to? And honestly, are there some people that are honestly able to understand that? Because there are people, it's like, do you even understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? And that just drives me crazy.
Here's the bigger question.
They're trying to
do people even understand what words mean at all? Most people don't even understand what the words are that they're speaking. They're just being parrots. Like the word government, like I said, government in Latin, governmente, means mind control. Governmental in English means mind control. Oh, what a coinkydink! As a matter of fact, even the word coincidence, we're saying it wrong, and it's totally the wrong meaning. The word coincidence is coincidence, things which do coincide, that are linked, that we don't necessarily see how things connect, but they do connect. But we say, oh, coincidence, they don't connect at all. Wow, what a coincidence. These things that don't connect, that are just happening like this. No, they do connect. It's a coincidence. We don't just always see the connection because we're not all seeing and all knowing.
Ah, I have heard coincidence before. That is a very interesting thing to... Thank you. I have learned something. And I don't mind that either. That's another thing. It's like you're supposed to... people seem to think that if you learn something, you're not intelligent. It's like, well, I didn't know that. And I learned something. And for some reason, when you say that, they're like, well, I thought you were smarter than that. It's like, aren't I smart for being open-minded and willing to learn something?
Yeah,
Wouldn't
that's
that really
because
be the case?
that's because people see not knowing as a roadblock to knowledge when really it's the beginning of knowledge. You can't learn something unless you're willing to say, I don't know. Because everything you know right now, before you knew it, you didn't know it. You didn't jump out of your mother's womb yelling, fuck, it's cold out here. Give me a fucking blanket, please. You didn't jump out knowing everything there is to know about everything. There was a process of learning. And you also have to be playful and use imagination. Kids understand this. We're taught that imagination is this delusional thing to be avoided. It's not real. Well, let me tell you. Did we pick jet planes off of jet plane trees that we discovered one day? Or did somebody have to imagine that something like a jet plane might be possible to exist and use that imagination through the process of invention to bring it out of the etheric and into physical reality? Imagination is a tool for navigating reality. It's not some airy-fairy thing that we should just not take seriously.
Yeah, and even the smallest idea can become a big thing. That's kind of something that I've learned over time. It doesn't matter how small it is; it actually can get big. But the
smallest idea can impact every other piece of knowledge. Like, look at the world being round and not flat. The vast majority of the technology that we have right now would not have been inspired to even come into existence at all if we still thought that the world was flat. There would have been no need to try to go up into space if we didn't think there was a space. Oh, we're not on a round planet. We can't orbit that because the world is flat, so why invent anything that can go up there? You know.
You know what's interesting though, and this is kind of an interesting thought, but we watch these medias, we watch these movies with people that are trying to stand out, and we watch them, and apparently a lot of people are inspired by it, but I don't see a lot of change in that. I mean, they say, oh, I want to be like that person. Well, you can be, just be different. But the thing is, like I said, they watch these movies, they see these people that become this great thing. Even real life people, for so many scientists that, for instance, what you said, the world was, the people thought for so long the world was flat when somebody finally said, no, we think it's round. Or say they thought that everything revolved around the earth. And someone went and said, I don't think that's true, and they went to study it and figure it out that that's not the truth. They've decided to think differently. But even today, people still choose to follow the crowd. And that's something that just boggles my mind, because it's like you see so many stories, so many proofs that being different is obviously better, and you can actually learn more and get at and take that leap of faith, and then no one's doing anything about it. Do it already.
Yeah, flat Earth mentality. Our society makes fun of people from back in the day, like, oh, they used to think the Earth was flat, ha ha ha. We are so much more arrogant now than back then. so much more blind now than back then. We have our technology and our toys and our universities and our spaceships and our airplanes and our computers. We are superior. We can do nothing wrong. Ha ha ha. Oh, look at those primitives who used to think the world was flat. Ha ha ha. We could never make a mistake like that about anything because we are so superior and so much better. Ha 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 ha. So everything is missed. I mean, here's an irony. You know, back when people thought the world was flat, the so-called, you know, advanced Europeans with their cannons and their sailing ships and all their technology, they go and find these primitive Mayans, these tribal primitives, they don't know anything. But for thousands of years before, these Mayans understood that they live on a planet that is in a solar system that is surrounding a sun, and that sun is inside of something called a galaxy, and that galaxy is inside of something called a universe, and they knew that there were twin black holes in the center of the galaxy, and all this other stuff. They knew this, yet they were these primitives. But, gee, this technologically advanced Europeans with their warships and this and that go, oh, don't go too far that way, or we'll fall off the edge of a flat earth, but we are so advanced and all-knowing, but these Mayans are so primitive and stupid. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Boggles the mind.
And that's kind of what I'm trying to get people to see, though, that being different isn't a bad thing. And I think one of the worst, this is literally the worst insult you can give me, that they would say that I follow the crowd. If anyone ever tells me that, I swear I might do physical harm. I try not to, but I hate hearing that because it's a bold-faced lie.
Mm-hmm.
I am in no way like anyone, like the crowd. I do not follow anything that they do. I've worked pretty much all my life to be different. Actually gone out of my way just to be different.
And of course,
don't like clubs. I won't join them.
You know the difference between being different and being different like everybody else. Because being different like everybody else is actually a meme that people follow. There's a difference between being different.
But it's not being different, though.
Oh, I know. I'm making your point for you. I'm just saying that you know the difference between somebody saying I'm different, but they're following a meme because there's all these set rules of what being different is, and then they're all clone troopers of that version of that being different.
Yeah. And then they botch up when I guess that might be where they get lost forever. It's like, I'm telling you, be different. Don't follow anyone, even the ones that say they're different. They're not. I don't know what they are, honestly, because I've seen it. They say that they're different. They say that they're special, but no, you're not. You're just following something someone else has said, and you're not using any logic whatsoever. You're not using anything you've learned. You're just following someone else by what they've said. And honestly, it just drives me crazy.
We are the Borg. We are the Borg. We are different and we are special. You will be assimilated into the different and special collective. Resistance is futile.
As far as being different, I mean, it really comes down to actions speaking louder than words. You know, be an example.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly.
Just stand out and just do your thing, and just make it clear and apparent. When if somebody comes up and says you're not being different, well, it's like, well, my actions say otherwise. So either A, I'm delusional and taking heroin, or B, you're just full of shit and you're jealous of my uniqueness. So, I mean, it's one thing to say, oh, I'm different. Oh, look at me. Oh, over here, I'm different. Look at me. I've got this tinfoil hat on my head. Woohoo, I'm totally different. Or you can just do your own thing and just be yourself and be unique.
Yeah, you're different like all the other people who have tinfoil hats on their head for the exact same reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
go join that collective over there.
Yeah, like Ron Paul. Go Ron Paul! And the Fed! Go Ron Paul! Oh, really? Yeah, the Fed is evil. Well, why do you think it's evil? 'Cause the Fed is evil. and they're evil, and their money system is evil. Well, okay, I agree, but why?
Why?
Well, because Ron
There you
Paul
go.
said
Why?
it is. And Ron Paul is right. And Ron Paul will save us. They don't even know how money is made. They don't understand about fractional reserve banking. They don't understand about the fiat monetary system. They don't understand that money is created out of nothing as debt at interest, and that the mathematics of it is meant to make 14th Amendment slaves of everybody. They don't understand this. They just know that Ron Paul said Fed is bad, and they go, Ron Paul said Fed is bad, so Fed is bad, and the Federal Reserve. It's like, parrot.
You want to
I
scare
didn't
people?
see
This is interesting. Ask the question when they state something, say why. How did you come by that information, or prove it? They will get so quiet because they can't tell you why or how to prove it. Because they're only robots. But what?
They have a response for that. At least the more creative ones do. They try to explain why, but all they're explaining is claims that other people made that are based on claims other people made that are based on claims other people made. And then it's like, you're not giving me any sort of facts. You're telling me that this guy here with a PhD said this, who was told that by this other guy with a PhD who said this, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And you're just telling me that is the accepted reality by the majority, so therefore that makes it fact. And I'm like, no, that makes it people making claim. Just like, look at the word professional, right? People say, oh, professional, they're authority, they know what they're doing. If you look at the word professional, look at the breakdown, just like we did with governmental. Professional, profess, to profess or make claim. Tional, the act thereof. Professional, the act of making claim. I could claim that I have a blue, purple, and pink asshole, and that there are fairies dancing around my head and whatever. Just because I'm making a claim does not make me an authority on anything, doesn't even make me right.
No, you're right about that, because most facts are actually made based off opinions.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. That's the slippery slope right there. And that's why it's hard to, because I know that they prove things in science, but there's some things that just, to me, aren't true. Like, for instance, how the origin of the universe started. I'm a Christian, just saying. Let's just let it out there right there. And I don't think
religion and science have to contradict.
They don't have to contradict, but the way that...
I don't believe in... Sorry, well, we got some lag time between us, so that's why we bump into each other verbally. There is some lag time. I don't believe in Darwinian evolution. I believe in evolution as per what the word means before Darwin ever came along. To evolve means for things to improve and become better. The universe is evolving. DNA is evolving. Everything's evolving. Not in the Darwinian definition of that, though. The Darwinian idea has already been proved to be completely full of shit. Even modern genetics, modern genetic research has disproven Darwin like 15 times over, because the genetic sciences couldn't even function right if Darwin was right.
Okay, I'm curious though. How old do you think the universe is? I'm curious to see where your mentality is right now.
I have a bit of a different view on that than most people do. I believe we live in, and this is based on my studies of quantum physics, esoterics, and a bunch of other things. We live in a multiverse, not a universe. All of space and time are coexisting at once. Time is actually non-linear. Linear time is just a perception that creates an experience, because time is just movement through space. So linear time is how we have experience. All of space-time is existing at once, so what we consider to be a year or a point on a calendar is nothing more than temporal geography. So everything exists at once, everything is timeless, which is why matter and energy can be neither created or destroyed, and God said, I am the Alpha and the Omega, that which is and always shall be. And that's already been proven by quantum physics. Quantum physics actually backs Jesus. and atheist scientists go fucking crazy on that, and they want to reject quantum physics because quantum physics backs what Jesus was teaching, so they don't want to look at it.
I just want to add something to that.
Hmm.
NASA has done studies. I mean, they were estimating an age for a while, and then they finally came to the conclusion, because the light we are seeing is actually light that is traveling, from farther and farther and farther and farther and farther points in space. So we're only basing the age on in which that light is traveling. So say it took like 13 billion years for that light to travel from a certain point in space. They've actually concluded now that there is no approximate age on the universe. It's actually impossible to actually guess the physical age of the universe now.
It's more likely that there is no physical age because they determine that there are many dimensional levels of reality. What we can actually see within the human spectrum is like a fraction of 1% of the total reality that there is out there. We literally cannot see something like 96% of the universe. So we're making all these dumb, blind guesses about what we can't see. And what's already kind of been partially proven is that matter can have different vibratory frequencies. So that's why you can have, shall we say, different dimensional layers of reality, or quote-unquote multiverses, that are capable of operating on their own physics and such. It's almost like radio stations. You're accessing the radio station that you're tuned to. In order to access something else, you have to tune to a different radio station. That radio station's a different frequency. Matter and energy vibrate at frequencies. That's, matter is made up of energy. Energy is made up of light. Reality's holographic. This is all proven already. So everything, vibrates at a frequency. So when we look through our telescopes, what we're actually confusing as being a Big Bang phenomenon is basically we're trying to look into higher frequencies of reality that we don't completely understand. And so we're trying to fill in the blanks of our misunderstanding, making blind guesses about what we're observing. Because these telescopes that they view out into space with, they're radio telescopes, and they use all these different higher frequencies. And we don't have anywhere near a full understanding of how things operate on that level. It's basically almost like, the blind man discovers the trunk of the elephant and is absolutely certain that he's discovered a fire hose. You know what I mean? That's kind of how we're looking at the universe. So we don't know that the elephant is there. We're sensing the trunk, and it's like, okay, round. Okay, this must be a fire hose. We have discovered a fire hose. They don't know that they discovered an elephant. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So even you're
Well,
Christian, even the Bible says everything's timeless. No beginning, no end.
I feel like there was a creation for the universe, though. And I do believe that the Earth is only about 6,000 years old. So that's where I must say that I must clash with you on. And I may even have to say I agree to disagree, because of what I believe, and I am glad you're okay with that. But what I believe is solely on the Bible. Now I will do study. I will read books. I've even read Stephen Hawking's 20 Greatest Unsolved Mysteries. Don't test me on the book, because it's been a while. But
have you ever studied anything about quantum physics?
Yeah, that was one of the topics on there, and it was very interesting because I wanted to.
I mean, deep research into quantum physics, not just a chapter in a book or whatever. Like really deeply diving into the rabbit hole of quantum physics. Really diving fully in.
His chapters are hundreds of pages long, and to answer your question, no, I'll be honest with you, I have not. It is one of the things I actually want to look into But and it's not the end. It's not the end of my learning. Obviously, I have a lot left to learn, and I'm willing to see all sides of the spectrum before making a complete opinion for myself. That's kind
I
of
have a
how I am.
question.
I'll use an example.
I have a
Go ahead.
question then. Would it be completely okay with you if you ever ended up finding evidence that proved conclusively to you that your belief in the Earth only being 6,000 years old is wrong? Or are you hard set on sticking with that belief no matter what?
I believe completely in the Bible and what it says, to be honest. And the reason why I do study is because I do want to find out that kind of stuff, and I feel like hearing it from someone else on just one set thing isn't going to be enough for me, and I want to keep learning about things. Now, I might, for me, I might put an opinion on something, but I feel like it's all going to go back to the Bible. I am solely rock solid, believe in the Bible and everything in it. I am, okay, one of the things you gotta know about me is I'm actually in college to become a pastor. So,
Okay.
and that's one of the things that I wish to try and continue. So yes, I believe that the world is only 6,000 years old.
Here's another question. Can you please show me the passage in the Bible that specifically states that the Earth is only 6,000 years old? Because I've been all through that Bible, and as far as I could see, that is just an assumption that some people make based on their own perception of the Bible, and that the Bible nowhere actually literally says that. So can you please show me what book, chapter, and verse says, and God said 6,000 years? I want to see that.
It did not say 6,000 years. However, that's where theology comes in, and that's why I'm going into theology, to figure that out. I can't, like I said, I don't have all the answers, and nor will I ever have all the answers to every question that's asked.
That's why I'm asking where your
So
belief in the 6,000 and the 6,000 years thing comes from, because you said you believe what's in the Bible, that's why you believe it's 6,000 years. So if you believe that because it's in the Bible, I would simply like to know where in the Bible it says that. If that's not in the Bible, then that means that's simply a theology, meaning people's perspectives, opinions, perceptions of what they think about the Bible, and that's a conclusion that human beings have come to. So that means that conclusion may or may not be right, and that if that's not directly in the Bible, then it goes back to my original question: if the idea of, if it was ever proven that the Earth is older than 6,000 years, if that bit of human-created Christian-based theology is wrong, would that be a problem for you, or would you be like, well, I don't care how old the Earth is, I know God exists, that's enough for me?
What I have to base it on is if I believed in the Bible, and I believed the world was 6,000 years old, is it a salvation issue? And that's where it becomes a slippery slope. Is believing if the world is really 6,000 years old, or if it's 100,000 years old. I don't actually know the answer to that, and nor can I give you a passage in the Bible that says that. So yes, you've actually got me on that one.
That's not what I asked, though.
I will admit that.
I asked if it was ever proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to where you look at the evidence and go, okay, I cannot deny this. If hypothetically that was ever proven that the Earth is older than 6,000 years, I asked, would that be a problem for you, yes or no? And you're not answering that. Is that something you would have conflict?
No, it wouldn't be a problem.
Okay, that's all I asked.
No, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Okay. That's all I was curious about on that.
Okay. I can go off on a tangent a little bit on some questions, and there are some questions that...
You and me both, you're in good company.
Yeah, I have a grandfather who's a pastor who believes the same thing, and he'd probably be entertained with some of the stories I could tell you, but my parents went to Africa and did missionary work over in Kenya for about, 35 plus years. And they would go back and forth between the United States and Kenya, and they set up missionaries and mission schools and churches and all kinds of cool stuff there. So, I mean, there's all kinds of neat stuff going on in Africa, that's happening in the evangel world in Africa right now. My grandparents have kind of, created a real movement there. They've gotten something really good started going in Africa. Of course, they'd say, well, it wasn't us, it was God who got it going, which, both are true. But, essentially, yeah, there's, they helped start a big, Christian movement in the unreached portions of Africa over on the eastern side of Pokot, which is out in the Rift Valley, which is in Kenya. But it's referred to as Pokot. The British did a survey mission, I want to say like 60 or 70 years ago, and they went out there and they found all these native people, and they asked them, they were asking them, what do you want us to call you? And they said Pokot, and Pokot translated into English actually means deadwood, because they didn't want anything to do with the outside world, because they were still into witchcraft and stuff like that, witch doctors, and they believed that, white guys were kind of the devil, if you will, because they hadn't really seen anybody of a different skin color before. But anyway, it's pretty much polar opposite now. I mean, they've got water out there, they've got, they're able to feed their cattle, they grow corn and maize out there, and, they're spreading the gospel through the hills and stuff, so, it's a pretty cool deal. Pretty cool deal. Major Christian movement going on in East Africa. They aren't the only ones, of course, that are doing work out there, but they're one of the notables, relatively.
Yeah,
speaking.
don't feel bad about being prone to rant. I'm prone to rant. Rich is prone to rant. I don't have any friends that aren't prone to rant, so you're in good company.
Okay.
We've even made enemies that are prone to rant. Of course, I can't really make.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that goes down well.
I can't make any. She'd have to get to know some of the inside jokes, like wanting to have dialogues, and wearing black hats with creepy sunglasses on, and making phone calls to Dave because he's butthurt that we said something on DA. And,
William Black, he called me up and said he found my number, fucking creeped it on the internet, and like, I want to have a dialogue. Give me a call, and just I could play you the voicemail sometime. It's funny. I mean, I don't want it going out on a Google Hangout because it has his number in it and everything. Nah, I wouldn't even want to subject him to that. But yeah, it's just it's funny. This guy was just like totally like creeping on us and stuff, and it's freaking hilarious. He's someone from DeviantArt.
He went on my
Okay.
He went on my NASA group because we got into an argument over SpaceX, and the mental malware video that you watched. That's what he attacked us off of.
Yeah, that's what set him off. All I did was I responded to him and I said, here's a video I think you might be interested in, and I gave him that video, and from that point forward, for something like 2 months, he was on this like massive vendetta against me and Rich.
We sent him away.
Yeah, so like I said, that video definitely gets people reacting because it calls them on their shit.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have a lot to say about it because it honestly was just backing up everything we were saying. It was just kind of essentially just reiterating everything that was said before.
Indeed.
Just probably in a better way because he was public speaking. He had all his he probably had his whole script down or whatever. But I thought it was pretty good.
Yep.
I'll go. I'm gonna go back and probably watch it again so that I can get the full effect, because I gotta watch things a couple times, or I have to think about it. And I was like, oh, that's what I was gonna say before.
Yeah, it's all good. He does a lot of videos on YouTube and stuff, and I think he's pretty insightful. And he's just, I don't think anything's really scripted. He's just being himself and speaking his mind and having conversations, like you said, just like what we're having here. It's just he's been doing this for years, and he's gotten to the point where he gets up in front of groups, large groups, and speaking at a mic and stuff like that. And we're not quite there, but he's been doing this for quite a while, and he is there. So, but it's just like this conversation, but he's just speaking, in person in front of a group. He's just, he's just speaking his mind. Yeah, he's just speaking his mind. So he's just being himself and being passionate and just calling bullshit where it needs to be called.
I think that there's also something that I haven't really touched on, but I feel like there's a big part, and you've noticed that I don't use curse words, and I'm trying not to call anyone out by protecting names and things like that. I believe that there's a mentality there, but I believe that I'm to speak the truth in love, basically. I will say the truth, but I won't say it brutally, and I won't say it brutally because I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. Now, I don't believe me when I say I don't get offended easy. I don't really care. Honestly, there's a lot of things I don't care about, to be honest. For instance, the way people talk to me, I don't care. Actually, it motivates me more to do the complete opposite.
That's fine. I mean, I just, I don't put judgments on words like people do. I think that's more like that societal meme thing that, oh, this can only be this and nothing else and blah, blah, blah. Like, like the idea of profanity, it's like those words are only profane because enough people have a belief system that says, okay, this is what we're defining it as. If no one defined those words as that, then all words are is noise with syntax. If those sounds uttering from the mouth were not defined in the ways that people have defined them, then it would just be squawking, basically. It'd be like if I said, oh, which I just said absolutely nothing, just random voice movements with my mouth. But if you were to take something like that and make it a word and then define it, then it would have meaning. So, like, like you could use just about any word in any context. If someone says, have a wonderful fucking day, that's a positive, loving intention using a word that society said, oh, that's a no-no, that's bad. But doesn't somebody have the right to view it differently? And if not, then isn't that bad and negative and judgmental for them to say that they are not allowed a positive view on something? So if they're not allowed a positive view, then how is it saying, oh, you're not allowed that positive view? How is that positive or loving? You know what I'm saying? So again, it's just more of the societal
Yeah,
knowledge.
and I see what you're saying. But the thing is, what I'm trying, and this is where it gets very sticky for me. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to draw people to and be able to talk to them. And I feel like when you use profanity, it kind of draws people away more so because they kind of see just kind of see this side of you that kind of just like they don't want to go to that person that's just going to be cursing up a storm. In fact, they're almost drawn away. And I've already had this conversation with someone before, and that would be contradicting what I'm trying to do. Is I'm trying to help people, and I feel like using curse words. And don't get me wrong, I do use curse words, especially when I'm mad or impassioned. But I just feel like if I'm to try and help people, then drawing people away, a large quantity of people I've noticed, it will draw them away, to say the least, if I was to use profane language instead of just being different and not using it. And actually, I've noticed that it's more of a fad to use curse language, because I've noticed all these people on DeviantArt, I've seen them use curse language like crazy. and I just don't want to be part of that fad in a
That's
way.
fine.
I'm just
I
looking
mean,
for my own way to be different.
That's fine. I respect your right to do whatever it is you want to do, and whatever it is you want to do, you should absolutely keep doing that. But I view profanity as, okay, if someone is swearing just to swear, then yeah, that is exactly as you've described, and that's a fad, and that's just stupid. But I just view so-called curse words as equal to any other words, and if they are appropriate in usage and context as far as accuracy, then it's fine to use them. If you're using them creatively, it's fine to use them. But yes, swearing just to swear is really stupid. Just like how an Obama speech is just and then that and now those aren't curse words, but it still makes them look stupid, you know. So you don't have to use curse words for that level of stupidity. So I've noticed that when I use curse words creatively, on topic, on context, and appropriately, it draws
And not in
people
every sentence.
in. Yeah, it draws people in, just like comedians like Bill Hicks and George Carlin. They use curse words in a creative, funny way, and people like that. It's not like Bill Hicks and George Carlin get up on stage, hey, motherfuckers, fuck you, and fuck, pussy dick, fuck ass, fuck it. Oh, that's the end of the show. Goodbye. Have a good night, everybody. You know, that's not what they're doing. They're using them appropriately and in appropriate context. It's not just like, you know, fuck, just for, you know, it's not like that. And I think people who swear just for the sake of swearing, that's the fad, and that's stupid. But when I swear, it's with purpose.
I think that there's some truth to that, because it does emphasize what you're trying to say. And in a way, especially if you don't use it a lot and you start using it, people realize that, oh my goodness, that person means business. Yeah, and I think that's I think that's the reason why I don't use it a lot.
Yeah, I speak very articulately and use a lot of articulate language. So when I'm in a rant that's very articulate, and then all of a sudden I'm ending a point of articulation, I'm like, well, you know, because that's just fucking stupid. God, what the fuck? Everybody's like, whoa, you know, because like here I was using all these big articulate words and going on articulately, and all of a sudden, F-bomb out of nowhere. Then they're like, you know. So they actually tend to laugh.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to say, is because I use it, and when I use it, people are like, "Wow, actually pay attention for once." Yeah. They're notice that I don't use it all the time, so I don't use the word. I try not to use it as much because when I want to emphasize something, I can use those words to realize, oh this person, like I said, means business. And that's the reason why I do that.
Hopefully that's the way I've come off to you with my usage of profanity, that I'm using it in the I mean business context.
Yeah, and also I could see that it makes your speeches more impassioned, and I think that that's a way to see it. But the thing is, then, if you were to become a motivational speaker, then you would need to watch what you say, because then you'd have children in the room, and the problem is they're not going to use the words appropriately. They're just going to start using the words whenever they like.
Depends on what type of motivational speaker. Depends on what type of motivational speaker. Both George Carlin and Bill Hicks were motivational speakers.
Oh, I'm just using an example.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm
just using an example for that.
I'm obviously not going to talk like that in front of a group of kindergartners or a mixed audience. As a matter of fact, I guess you could say, like, my family situation's complicated, but we'll just call her my surrogate sister, Katie. She's 10 years old. Sometimes she will be on Hangouts with us when she's around, and she's participated in a lot of videos and stuff, which is why she has her own little folder on the YouTube channel. But when she's around, I automatically enforce a completely clean language zone.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I see. I think it's more like, when is it appropriate to use it? And, like, for instance, with my friends, they're like 14, 15 years old, I usually lay off that language because I don't think that they need to hear that, since they're still very impressionable at that age. Even though they're teenagers, it's still, you need to be careful. Because you don't want to come off first of all, you don't want to come off as bad, and then the parents are like, yeah, you can't talk to them
Yeah.
anymore, so you can't help your friends anymore. But that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, though. There's a
Yeah.
certain age or level
In some cases, yeah,
that
but like
you need to watch out.
for example, because I've noticed that the more authentic you are, you kind of attract more of the like-minded people. So obviously, I have friends of all varying ages, all the way from, teenage all the way up to, like, like 60, like these people could be my parents, so like I've got all these different levels. And with my teenage friends, I still, talk to them just, like I'm talking to you. I swear when I feel it's context appropriate and whatever, and the conversation flows easier that way. I don't find them abusing it or anything like that. And also, I'm, in most cases, I'm also friends, with their parents as well. Like my friend Kristen that I mentioned, she's 16, and I'm also friends with her mom. And I met Kristen because she added me on Facebook because of something I said on, like my friend Katerina, my best friend Katerina. She had a friend she went to high school with, Rebecca Ann, and then I was commenting on something there, and Kristen liked what I had to say about it, so she added me as a friend. So I actually got to know Kristen a bit first, but her mom's like really cool and everything, and she saw that I was having a positive effect, so then I started, was able to get to know her mom too. So it's like, it's just it's really cool, and just as long as you're yourself and authentic, then you're going to have positive effects. Because if someone is, trying so hard to curb themselves to the point that they're actually being fake and not authentic, then even though they're using sweet politically correct words, they end up actually having a negative impact on the other person because they're sending the wrong message. So yeah, nothing's absolute. There is no one-size-fits-all truth of anything.
No.
It's always situation dependent. Reality's a cake, not a light switch. But I do agree, don't swear in front of 10-year-olds.
Yeah, and that's something I could agree on. Yeah. Yeah, but
I
you
definitely
even
agree there.
Yeah. That's something, though, that's the thing, though. I do have to watch what I say, especially with the parents that are going to pretty much kick me out any chance they can. And I think that's kind of where I was going from when I was talking about ages from 14 and 15-year-olds. There are some of my friends' parents would kick me out any chance they could. For instance, my friend's mom blocked me off of Facebook because I was talking to her, and her daughter was speaking very negatively about her mother and using profane language, which I didn't agree with. I didn't condone, but I still was listening, trying to give her a logical explanation as to what she should do, trying to get her to understand that, hey, your mom's not actually that bad. It's more like just a teenage, the whole teenage rebellion thing. That's basically what she's going through, by what I can see. And trying to explain that to someone at that age and doesn't want to listen or open-minded enough to listen isn't really it's not going to go over well. So just listening, giving her logical advice, and also having her pretty much hate you in the process, because that's kind of what happened.
One thing that I've experienced, that if you haven't experienced it yet, you will probably end up experiencing it at some point. One thing I've noticed is that if you have a, and I mean, hell, this it doesn't even, it doesn't even necessarily pertain to teenagers. I mean, any friend of any age, really, that still has parents that are alive. If you are a positive influence on somebody, and that somebody happens to have really control freaky parents, those parents will see you as like the worst possible threat, enemy, and danger, because you are compromising their ability to control and manipulate their child. And it doesn't matter if that quote-unquote child is 15, 25, or 35, or what the age of the parents are. When parents are of the really control freaky mindset, they will try to control their kids for their whole lives. I have seen 50-year-old women being controlled and manipulated by their 80-year-old parents because they remain, trapped in that psychological Stockholm syndrome shit. So if you're an inspirational, empowering, critical thinking sort of person, you are the biggest threat to all control freaks everywhere, especially if you're nice, especially if you're kind, especially if you're loving, especially if you're patient. I used to have a control freak neighbor. That's a big, long story, but she once told me, she said, wow, I don't know how somebody so young could be so patient. She wasn't giving me a compliment. She was saying, I see you as a threat. You're more patient than I am. I can't control you. You're an enemy that needs to be brought to some sort of conclusion. You are a threat to my sense of control and my reality. So she was not giving me a compliment. She was saying, you are my enemy. You have something that I don't know how to penetrate and break down and destroy. So you will be perceived like that, especially when you're loving, when you're kind, even more so than when you're mad and using profanity. When you're loving and kind and patient, you will be deemed as like enemy number one by control freaks everywhere.
Yeah, there's some truth to that, but also in my experience, though, as I go through, and I try to both try to help her daughter and the mother, because I'm friends with both, it becomes very, very difficult, because first of all, their mom first blocks me, and I'm thinking, well, that's just absolutely rude. I did not do anything to deserve that, and trying to talk to her, I got yelled at. And mind you, I was very polite to her as well, and I didn't really understand why she had her daughter block me, and I really couldn't get through to her. And I think that there's some truth to the fact that she is raising 2 children on her own, and they are both teenagers, and they are both at a very vulnerable age. They're at the age that they would want to start dating. They would want to start kind of spreading their wings. Like, for instance, her son is 16, almost 17. Her daughter is 15, almost 16. It's probably a very stressful age, and I'm trying to, and I can understand what she's saying. I've never gone through the experience myself, but obviously, but just listening to her, trying to see what her side of the story is helpful as well. Because just because you haven't experienced something doesn't mean you can't try to understand what other people are going through. You can't say you can understand fully, but try to be open-minded about it.
Even control freaks and stuff. I mean, it's like when you can learn to understand why control freaks are control freaky, then there's reasons why people are like they are. Control freaks didn't just wake up one morning and go, I'm bored. I think I'm going to try out being a control freak today because it sounds fun and I've never done it before. That's not how it happens. So in my opinion, and I could be wrong, this is just a perspective based on the brief information you gave me. If that mother is kind of a control freaky nature, and she sees you as a a positive, uplifting, empowering force, she might feel that if your ability to be positive and empowering is higher than her ability, that you might end up undermining and usurping her authority over her kids. So then you become a potential threat. So you don't have to do anything wrong. All she has to do is be paranoid. Oh wow, she's better at this than I am. She's more positive. She's more empowered. She knows how to communicate with my kids better than I do. She can get them to listen better than I can, which means she has the capability to undermine my authority. So if she ever gets mad at me and wants to dish out any payback on me, and my kids listen to her more than me, then she could screw me over. So she's a potential threat. She needs to be pushed out. That's my opinion of what happened.
But then that goes...
Because there's no logical reason, like you said.
Yeah, that's kind of...
Sorry, we're on a delay.
That's kind of what I thought as well. And I just tried to kind of backtrack because I didn't want to get in the way like that. I didn't want to become a threat to her. And I wanted to respect her wishes, but I also wanted to help my friend, which put me in a very awkward situation that I couldn't say anything about it. And believe me when I say that her daughter really did push me to talk about it. And I said to her, I plead the fifth. I literally told her that. Because I didn't want to talk about something like that. I didn't want to go behind her mom's back by saying something that I knew that eventually I would probably regret, which I already, because I didn't want to lose my friend, obviously, but I also wanted to respect her mother in the process.
I definitely have a confidentiality, process with my friends as well, because I believe there's a difference between privacy and secrecy. I think secrecy is wrong, and privacy is everybody's right. To me, the definition of the word secrecy means you're keeping something from humanity that in keeping this knowledge from them is doing harm to them. That's secrecy. Privacy is you have the right to your own confidences, and you have the right to trust and to be trusted and keep that trust. So it's like with my friends, they can vouch for this. Like there's a lot of times often where a friend will be like, oh, so what about this and this with this other friend? And I would say, well, I can only tell you generally what I know isn't a breach of trusts. Any other personal details, you would have to talk to them directly and get it from them, because I don't breach trust. And I just explained that if I was willing to breach their trust for you, then how would you be able to ever trust me with it?
There you go, and that's where it becomes scary, because when somebody says, I'm going to trust you with this information, I said, don't trust me with any information, because honestly, if you're going to tell me something so quickly, then what are you going to say about me? And I just use that as a perfect example of I don't want you to do that, or another one is interesting. When somebody says I trust you and it's so incredibly quick, I said, who else do you trust, honestly? Because you don't know me. You don't know you don't know if what you're going to tell me is going to mess you up. And it makes me think, who else have you trusted in your life? That's scary almost. That's where I say that, you gotta be very, very careful.
I've learned to be a pretty good judge of character, and my intuition and discernment is pretty good now. So I obviously don't extend trust, much less quickly to just anybody and everybody, you know what I mean? But oftentimes, even if I don't know someone very well, if I'm just getting a really good intuitive sense about their character, then I will extend a certain margin, not complete and total, but a certain margin of extended trust that I might not normally extend in that circumstance, just because of what I'm picking up intuitively about them. because I've noticed that, when something is intuitive, it's pretty much never wrong. So I've noticed that when I follow my intuition, everything ends up good, and when I don't follow my intuition, the universe bends me over and screws me in the ass with a redwood tree. So, metaphorically speaking, of course. So I've learned to trust that. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand that perfectly, actually. And it does make sense, because you want to be able to give people the benefit of the doubt. And that's kind of what I do, but to the extent of, actually, to be honest, I don't have a lot of secrets in my life. Actually, pretty much, I don't care what other people think about me, to be honest. I don't care what they know. If they don't like it, then fine.
I have privacy, but not secrecy. I'm pretty much an open book. What you see is what you get.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is why I always, well, not always, but one of the things that I do say is that basically the power of authenticity is conceal nothing and watch the fool search forever, because you're operating outside of their paradigm. So if you're always completely honest and open about everything, but they have a belief system that says that's impossible for any human to do, then everything you say that falls outside of their box of belief, they're trying to decrypt it and decipher it and find out what you quote-unquote really meant by that. And it doesn't dawn on them that you were just being point blank straight out the gate. It doesn't even dawn on them. So they're on this never-ending quest to find what isn't there in the first place, because you gave it to them straight from the get-go, but they have a belief system that says no human is capable of doing that, so this must be a deception. It's like, well, that's why most people don't...
Fine, try it then.
Don't fully see me. You know what I mean? Because I'm such an open book that most of who I am hides in plain sight from most people.
Yeah, that's essentially what I've seen before, though. That if you are open and honest, you seem almost unbelievable, like you still are concealing something, although you're really not. And it's really not. And again, I feel like, yeah, there is privacy, and I literally have no secrets. I honestly don't care. But I do believe in a level of confidentiality of what other people tell me I will not say about them. If they tell me not to say something, I don't say it. Because I feel like that's the level of trust that they've given you. And even though you don't agree with that level of trust or how fast they gave you that information, you still don't want to spew it. And that's where
you don't want to violate your own integrity.
Yeah. I mean, I have friends or whatever that have told me things before, and no, they never told anyone else. And those secrets have been basically kept. I have never said anything of them. I've learned this kind of stuff from past experiences, and the fact that at my church I was a Stephen minister that deals with confidentiality and basically helping people, and basically could think of it as unprofessional psychiatrist. That's really what they were, and I finished that course, so I am officially called a Stephen minister, as they say, but that's one of the many lessons that we had to be taught was confidentiality. You have to be careful of what you say. You have to know.
Unprofessional
psychiatrist, so we're not paid.
Non-professional.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're a psychiatrist.
Oh, my bad.
That does not.
My bad. Thank you for correcting me.
You're a psychiatrist that does not profess anything. A non-professional psychiatrist.
No, it's not. It's not a paid job, and we just learn this. We just learn this course like as if it was a college course on what we are to do, and basically.
I was being silly and joking about play on words. I was being silly and doing a play on words joke. I'm not sure if you caught it or if you just caught it but ignored it.
I caught it to some extent. But I was also, just in case you didn't understand what I said, I was also clarifying it again, just in case I said it wrong. So, but that's something that you'll see me do. I'll repeat words to someone just so they'll understand it, because I don't want to hear, what was it you said again? It just drives me crazy. So I just kind of repeat it or clarify it a second time.
Good to see somebody else who does exactly what I do.
But the problem is, because things I'll say is it goes right over their head, and it's like, oh, for the love of everything is good and gracious, are you kidding me? You didn't get that? I've only met a very small few, a very minimum amount of people that have actually been able to follow me without having me repeat myself time and time again. And now it's become a habit, so don't take it personally if I repeat myself. It's just kind of a force of habit.
I'm in totally the same habit. I especially really love those people that when you don't repeat and you don't say enough, they're like, what the hell? You should give me more information. You know I'm not a mind reader. You should more clearly explain yourself. Then when you more clearly explain as per their request, they're like, what the fuck? You're patronizing me. You're treating me like a little kid. You're just saying this over and over.
Oh, I hate that.
So it's like, damned if you do, damned if you do not. If you try to simplify it, they say you're not giving them enough information and you're expecting them to be a mind reader. If you give them the full information, they say that you're patronizing and belittling them and rambling on and acting like they're an idiot, and shame on you. Either way, no matter what you do, you are screwed.
Yeah, that's where it gets difficult.
I'm dealing with a guy right now, who wants me to. It's this guy, Last Dragon Eye, which I've told Dave about before. You constantly have to bottom feed this guy, and sometimes I'm just like, no, fucking do the research yourself. I'm not going to hand it to you. He gets. I basically explain why core sucks. Not typing it with my own words, but just going to one of the comment threads where two other deviants just kind of said it out loud, and he replies with, looking at that, I gotta say, he's saying that core degrades non-paying people. I actually like that. If it cons a few more people into paying for it, then that's a good thing. It'll help DA survive, because whether anyone wants to hear it or not, people who don't pay for this site are part of the reason they're raising the price. Got to remember that one. Thank him for me. And I'm like, thank him yourself. The link's right there. Because I put the link to the thread in the comment. And it's like,
that reminds me that you make a good point there, Rich, because that reminds me of another thing. People are so locked into instant gratification these days that they're always expecting me to come up with some magical short paragraph that will explain to them life, the universe, and everything, and it's impossible. And if you tell them, look, you have to do the research yourself. You're wanting this small little block of information, and you're wanting me to fit way more in it that can possibly fit. I'm sorry, but I came to know what I know by doing the research and educating myself, and you can do that totally free online. The truth is out there, like they say on X-Files, but you got to go take the time to get the information. And then they're like, oh, you just don't know the answer. You're backpedaling. This is proof that you're non-credible. You don't know what you're talking about. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Just because you can't take like everything about everything and compress it into this little paragraph that they want now, because they're in this mode of instant gratification, thinking that if they can't have it now, then it's impossible for them to have it at all. It's a common societal neurosis. It's a self-defeating thing, seeing time as the enemy. It's like, if the more time there is, it's just the more things that can hurt you. So to protect yourself, you have to have it now. So it develops into this mentality of thinking, if you can't plant a tree seed today and have a 40-foot tree tomorrow, then growing trees is an impossibility.
But anyway,
instant gratification.
But anyway, I tell him to thank him himself, because I included the link like at the very beginning. Redshift, the founder, said this. I fully agree with the statement on core as stated here. Comments.deviantart, and I sent with the link. But that was after I said, you couldn't have missed the point more epically, smile. And he's like, he's missing the point that, you know, people aren't going to pay more for less or the same. He's acting as if though that's a good business strategy, which goes to show, I've talked to him before, he doesn't know shit about economics. He's got his head up his butt. No offense
Yeah.
to him. But he doesn't, you know, he asks for research in one specific way, and it's like, you know, he wants me to baby him to the last step. It's like, dude, look, you've got a mind. Use it.
It's just like the
Google.
it's just like the fallacy of thinking that continuing to raise the minimum wage is helping the poor and middle class. It only hurts them more because the minimum wage goes up, so then prices go up, everything else goes up, because the ultra rich at the top are not going to want to pay that, so they actually pass the cost down to the middle and lower class and make them pay for it. So raising the minimum wage actually does opposite of what it's intended to do.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, but he ends with this. I doubt he's the sort to appreciate such a business-minded interpretation. I'm just not going to even reply to him. It's like, okay, whatever, yeah. I'm not going to thank him for you. I'm not going to say, hey, the Last Dragon Knight wants me to tell you thank you for saying that. It's like, dude, I'm not your fucking babysitter. Get off your fat ass, or get your fucking, crack your frickin' knuckles and go there and start typing yourself. That takes literally no effort, other than maybe 5 or 10 minutes.
Actually, one of my favorite things that people do that just drives me crazy, but I'll still do it anyway. But basically, when someone asks you to give you the link to something when you've clearly given them the name of the person, of the deviant artist, it's like, can't you look it up? I mean, it's not that hard. I've spent 30 minutes straight looking up something on someone else's page just to make sure that I've gotten it right, and I don't need any link. That's kind of that's kind of annoying to me, because like, it's not that hard, honestly. It's really
if you know the name of the person, you just type the name, then .deviantart, then .com, and you hit the enter key.
Exactly.
Although what I like to do,
and it's like,
I tag as a courtesy anyway. When I mention something, I either type :DEV in the name, or :icon, you know. But that automatically creates a link. So, like, if the link is created automatically, why do I want to create it manually? It's like, what, you can't click there?
Yeah. That's actually kind of... Or somebody asking you what something's about when it's clearly in the description. I'm guilty of that because I've done it once or twice before, but I was like, okay, I'll never do that again. I'm sorry I did that. But it's like, it's in the description, and then they say, well, can you tell it to me? It's like, look it up in the description, please. That's something that drives me crazy.
I also love it when people try to debate you and they are demanding that you prove yourself wrong according to exactly how and why they're saying you're wrong. It's like, wait a minute, I'm just here expressing a perspective. If you want me proven wrong, the burden of proof is on you. You're the one who wants me to be proven wrong. You're the one that needs to go through the processes of doing so if that's really what you want to do. You have the right to do that if you'd like. But I don't see why, I mean, you know, where's your proof of legal authority over me? You know, I don't have to obey you simply because you walk up like, bitch, I'm going to prove you wrong, but I don't feel like doing it, so you do it for me. It's like, fuck you?
And how does that work exactly?
Yeah. Well, when I respond to people when they try to tell me that I have to see something a certain way or I have to do something, I say, oh really? Can you please provide legal proof of claim of your authority over me? Because if you can't, that literally means I don't have to view the world as you do, and I don't have to obey you.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And it's kind of interesting because I was watching these interesting videos today on actually people that were getting pulled over by the police because of, I think it was immigration, those immigration stations basically, and they say, are you a U.S. citizen? And he said, am I legally obliged to answer that? And then they'll keep on saying that until they actually let him go through. Because it's actually true, because they can plead the fifth. They don't have to say they are or they aren't.
Yeah, according to the
They
law,
have no...
but then again, if you have a corrupt cop, it doesn't matter what the law is. They can just say, if you
I
ask, hey,
know.
am I being detained or charged, or did I commit a crime, or am I free to
Yeah.
go? They could just be like, I'm the cop, I'm above the law, slam your face into the fucking pavement and do whatever they want with you and go, I'm a cop, so I can get away with it, so fuck you. And the system protects the cops, not you,
Yeah.
so there you go.
Yeah, there's some truth to that too, but I think that
Definitely in
it's
my
kind of
experiences.
interesting to see that though.
I live
Definitely in mine,
I live in Chicago. I've seen more than my fair share of corruptions within the police system, judicial system, and so on. Firsthand, fucking right there, witnessing it. So I can definitely say that I have seen it. I'm not taking somebody else's word for it. I'm not believing something that some person told another person who told another person who then told me. I've seen it. So yeah, pretty fucked up. I will be right back though, so you guys continue talking, but I have to use the facilities right quick, if you know what I mean. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, I've experienced illegal corruption firsthand. I mean, it happens. It's current. It's everywhere. It's going on. It's an unstoppable
I'm
thing
not looking
right
forward
now.
to it.
Well, it is what it is. I mean,
I'm not...
at this point in time, the only way to really fight against it is to speak out against it and to say something and say, hey, it is a real problem. It is happening. And, because we don't live in, the Leave It to Beaver form of America where everybody's got this zombified smile on their face and they're whistling all the same tune and walking around with happy, eager-looking faces. That's not America. That never was America. That's not what America's about. It's not a bunch of happy
Yeah, I
little
don't.
lovable characters in the city of Mayberry. It's frickin', it's real shit every day. It's kind of a tough place. It's a scary place sometimes, but you just got to deal with it.
It's a scary place because no one can agree on anything.
Well, that's
I don't
because
think, but I think that it'd be pretty boring if everyone agreed.
Oh yeah, it would be literally hell. It would be hell if everybody agreed
Oh
on
yeah.
everything. Nobody is ever going to
Look at
agree.
all those dystopias that those all those writers talk about. It's
Yeah.
like literally. It's like it's right there.
I mean, it's and nobody will ever agree on anything. I mean, nobody is ever, no matter the circumstances, going to agree on everything or have the same viewpoint on anything given whatsoever. That's one of mainstream Christianity's greatest misunderstandings about God. They act like he's this toddler that walks around all butthurt when, somebody does something, that he shouldn't. He's really gonna go, I'm throwing you in the pit of hell because you said doo-doo about your parents. Fuck you, into the pit with you. No. I would be embarrassed. If there was such a God, I would be so embarrassed that I would just say, delete me from existence, please. No pun intended. I mean, how could the creator of such a giant universe be such an arrogant ass? Those two things don't mix. Those two things are complete polar opposites. It's like either God is all loving and all accepting, and he loves you, and he cares about you no matter what you've done, or he's this jealous little, globalist co-opted Joseph Stalin that walks around goose-stepping on your head saying, if you don't beat to my very tune, you're going to hell, and, well, fuck you, and do what that pastor says up there. Don't actually read the Bible and use your mind. Just do what he says because he's right, because I say he's right, because he said that I said he was right. That's not what God is. I'm sorry. And anybody who says otherwise is a dumbass. And I'd call them on it any day, anytime. I've been
Agreed.
around people like
And I can't believe there's still people out there that think that.
Yeah. I've been around people like that. They drive me nuts. So.
Yeah.
But,
the majority of people drive me nuts. Pretty much everyone I will meet either drives me nuts from one point or another. I can't stay around people. I'm very active on DeviantART, but in real life, I'm just not very talkative at all.
Well, that's
not that I don't have a lot to say.
Yeah.
It's more like I just don't want to talk to idiots.
Well, I would vouch to say that there are a lot of smart people out there.
There are smart people, but they're far and few between, and it's hard to find them. And you kind of have to get to know people.
I'd say that I'd have to disagree. I'd say that's a misconception, a societal misconception. The globalists want us to think that there's no hope. Smart people are few.
No, there's lots of hope.
Yeah, well, I know you're not saying that. I'm just saying. I'm just calling out the malware as I see it.
Absolutely.
The thing is, with a lot of intelligent people, is they're intimidated by the dumb minority who has the biggest mouth, which is the situation we're in right now. So, people like you stay silent and don't say anything, and there's a bunch of you that would be in the room who wouldn't say anything because you're all thinking the same thing about one another, but you don't really know who to pick out as being the dumb. But yet, most of you are smart. And you guys are just kind of co-opted into not saying anything because you're afraid that, if you open your mouth, you might piss off one of the dummies and get in some big trouble or something, So, I mean, it's kind of a, it's kind of a globalist co-opt. I mean, the globalists have taken control of the mainstream and taken control of all the big sources of information, which... in reality, anybody who holds those viewpoints is an extreme minority out of the silent majority. The silent majority is the silent majority for a reason, because so far anymore they just kind of have gone along with things and don't really open their mouth when they need to. So it's just kind of If you fight that urge to stay silent and just learn to be able to speak up and embrace your own voice, and lead by example and show others around you who are like-minded and maybe not totally like-minded, probably like me or like Dave or like a lot of other people, but if you at least show people, hey, it's possible to speak your mind without facing severe repercussions, and you can actually even pawn the dumb minority a little bit, who knows what you might be able to do, But it's really co-opting. I mean, it's, they teach us that, well, there's this set amount of people, and a majority of these people have to be stupid because that's all I see on TV anyway, is mostly stupid because, it's the minority that controls the media, so what do you think you're going to see more of, smart or stupid? Well, you're going to see more stupid, of course. So they try to brainwash it into you that you're just a minority and there's no hope, and, even if it's not conscious, it's subconscious, because in school they teach that to us, from the time we're young. That's what they're teaching. They're teaching that brainwashing, co-opting, everything's this way and it's this way only and there's no other reality and that's just how it is, and they just basically force you to accept it until there's nothing. They try to get you on this one tape track of just blindly accepting whatever you hear. So You know, no, there's plenty of smart. There's more smart people out there. I guarantee. I'd bet money on it than there are dumb. It's just the media blinds us into believing that they're.
But who's going to speak out though?
Smart people can be naive, and it doesn't mean they're unintelligent. It just means they've been taught a certain way.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. I mean, define smart even. Yeah, that's a good point.
As Einstein said, if you gauge the intelligence of a fish by its ability to climb trees, it'll forever go through its life thinking it's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
The way to wake people up that I've seen is just simply to be inspirational, to be the change, to set the example. And then the only thing in the way there is it's their free will. But usually, in most cases, when you defy someone's beliefs about reality just by being who you are, they can't help but start to question things. It can be a painful process. They can rage, they can get mad, but they're still questioning. And some people learn slower than others. But I've seen people go from being very stubborn and naive to very awake, aware, and with it and confident. And it may have taken them longer than I might have liked, or you might have liked, or anybody else might have liked. But they have the right to their own pace of learning. And that's one thing that society doesn't respect, people's pace of learning. They put everybody in a box and says, if you can't do it at that rate, you're a failure. So just because someone is slower at waking up and smelling the coffee doesn't mean they're incapable. But it might seem like they're incapable if they're not doing it fast enough for your ego's liking, and you're like looking at them like, they'll never wake up. No, they're just operating at a slower speed than your ego would prefer them to operate at.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing that I had to face.
But you also got to remember.
My own ego was offended by that, because then it's like, oh shit, I was judging people in a way that I don't like people judging me. Oh man, I feel like a hypocrite now. I had to face that for a while.
But one thing that people don't realize is that each person is going to learn, like you said, a different pace, but there's also going to be a certain niche for each person to do. For instance, the whole, if they're out of their element, if they're out of something, say for instance, if we were all smart or ever, or supposed to be smart in, say, mathematics, and some weren't, and some were smart in, say, English, then we're not going to do so well. Then people that are smart in English aren't going to do as so well. And I think it's just learning where you're supposed to be that you'll be able to start. You'll be able to learn things, and you'll be able to also enjoy doing that. Because we're not supposed to, like, for instance,
society doesn't want us to do that. It disallows that. That's why you have people that should be bagging groceries. They're idiots, and they're working at running big corporations, and you've got badass computer programmers bagging groceries when, they should be working for fucking Google.
But that's the problem, though. We've all basically classified the people, or the basically lower class, when they should be much higher, that they should be doing something else that they're actually going to be good at. And that's the problem, though, because they're not doing so well on something. It doesn't make them stupid. It simply makes them that they weren't made to be like that, and therefore they're not going to do as well.
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
You're fine.
Yeah, notice I didn't say the joke again because I didn't want to overkill it. Sorry. Every once in a while, something goes down the wrong pipe.
And it's funny, he'll sometimes be like, I'm going to go use the restroom. And he's like, have fun. Sometimes you got to be careful with this guy. He'll mess with you on words. It'll be like, it's like, oh.
Yeah. Sometimes someone will say they have to go, and I'll say, don't go too hard. You might hurt yourself.
It's actually funny.
And because facing our paradigms creates so much cognitive dissonance, and when we finally clear those emotional and psychological blocks, there's this great sense of relief. That's why I refer to paradigm shifting as paradigm shitting, because once you've cleared some paradigms, it's the same feeling right after you just got through with a nasty, constipated shit. You were in so much pain, and now it's finally over, and you're like, oh, just so much relief that that's finally over with.
It is a physical process as much as a mental one. I can attest to that. I've actually decreased in age because, as a result of everything I've gone through, I look better than I did before I even met this guy here. That's because I'm living the reality I prefer instead of the one I've been told that I have to live.
Well, the brain controls the body, including DNA and the immune system and all that. And if you're in a constantly stressed state, that's going to do physical damage just as much as it'll do psychological or emotional. And if you're in a more clear thinking, more positive, more uplifted state, your immune system's going to do better. Your organ systems, DNA, all of that, your body's going to run more efficiently because it's not being stressed the fuck out. Like those people who stress themselves out all their lives, and they end up being like 40 years old with like the body of an 80-year-old, and organs are failing and shit because their paradigms have just sucked and they compounded, and nothing but stress, drama, stress, suffering they put on themselves. Then they're dead by the time they're 55.
They do, but people do realize they don't have to live with the thought of, say, drama or stress, really. There's no reason for it whatsoever. There's no reason why you should carry it. There's a way to get rid of it, and that's something I've learned over time. It's not the fact that I don't care about everything. It's more like I just kind of have to pick and choose what I should care about, what will be beneficial to, say, me or other people surrounding me. And I've learned that the easiest way to be happy actually is to help others, because helping others is literally the surest way to help yourself. I believe that for a fact, because I learned
it's all one and the same. Humans are symbiotic, so helping self and helping others is the same. Harming self and harming others is the same. That's what Jesus meant when he said for when you point your finger out, there's three pointing back. He's saying it's all the same. Judge others, judge self. It's scientifically true that the brain doesn't, at its deepest level, does not know the difference between what's on the external and the data being processed on the internal. So the brain has no way of differentiating internal and external. So it has no way of differentiating between judgment cast at others and judgment cast at self. So it's all one and the same, and it all, has that effect. And one thing I've learned as far as processing, emotions is to just let go, allow, and let it pass through you. If you're angry or stressed or whatever, allow yourself to be that so that it passes through you and eventually leaves, and it's like a storm, it's temporary. The harm people do to themselves is when people bottle it up and imprison it inside of themselves, and it oscillates and builds pressure, and it festers like a cancer and then explodes like a car tire being filled beyond capacity.
And that's when you see those violent, dramatic outbursts.
road rage, people going
Yeah,
postal, all
you've
kinds
got to
of
go
crazy
through
shit.
the. I mean, we are made to go through the psychological process of, say, of what we have to go through is basically acceptance of it first. And I'm trying to think of the actual. If I had the, damn it, trying to think of the actual, all the whole process. It's a several step process of accepting something. Um, letting it go, and I'm trying to think of all the. I'm trying to think of all the. Alright, but anyway, it's just kind of how we're supposed to be made, and bottling it up is not going to help. Guarantee it. I tried it. That not too long ago, actually. Like I said, I had been in a relationship probably about 3 months ago now, I think it was. And I decided that instead of talking about it to anyone, I just decided that, you know what, I'm not going to say anything of the sort. So I went literally a month without telling anyone what had happened until I completely just lost it with one of my friends online, and I just started like using so many curse words left and right. I was so angry about it. And overall, I learned that, you know what, you do not bottle up these kind of things. You need to talk about these things. And I just didn't want to hear from anyone that, oh my goodness, your relationship failed again. I just didn't want to hear that crud again. Because honestly, I was tired of it. So I just
Yeah,
decided that it would be beneficial to. And I learned that that was not a good idea, and I never do it again. Also, I probably, for a very long time, will not get in a relationship again, because there goes another mindset of mine that I feel like relationships are illogical. They're a waste of time.
well,
Sorry,
you know what?
that's just my.
They're not a waste of time. It's just I've learned that there's a difference between real relationships and what society calls a relationship. Um,
Yeah.
to me, in my experience, there has to be a long-standing bond. You have to start off at the friendship level and build up and allow things to evolve naturally. And within that natural evolution, if something's going to go beyond the realms of friendship into more, then it will do so mutually and naturally. People treat relationships as if it's an item they pick out in a candy store, Toys R Us or something, and they go, okay, I want that relationship there. That's $29.95. Thank you. Drive through plus tax. Blah blah blah. And
Yeah.
people psychologically project, and they're trying to appease the person that they're in a relationship with, but really that's the psychological projection, because all they're trying to appease is their own their own psychologically projected assumptions of what they think that person wants from them, and so they're really only trying to appease themselves. So they're putting this on this other person, and the other person feels like, that person's saying, you can't be who you are. You have to be who I want you to be. So it's like you're trying to appease the other person's trying to appease you, and vice versa, and everything's all based on lack of clear communication, lack of trust, paranoia, societal pressures. To me, that's not a relationship. It's
Yeah.
called a relationship, but it's not a relationship. So I don't think that you think relationships are logical, because I don't think you've ever been in one. I think you've been in what society has labeled as a relationship, but I think what you've really been in is a dysfunctional piece of shit. That's not a relationship.
That's exactly what I think. It's like, well, I, for one, was in a relationship, but I don't think that other person was, and that's the sad part, because it's like, seriously, where do people honestly think that there is a relationship involved when you're gonna do all of the above of what you just said? You know, I'm here to have a serious relationship with you, and you're here screwing around. I don't appreciate that. I think it's rude, and if you wanted a relationship in the first place, you know what? I don't think that they actually wanted the relationship, more like they just wanted. I'll tell you, there's a huge difference between people that are lonely and people that are actually looking for a relationship. People that are lonely are the ones you need to stay away from because they will do anything to get a relationship. And honestly, to stay in that relationship as well. It's ridiculous. And that's where it gets ridiculous as also, and that's where I call, you know what, I'm done here. If people are gonna be like that, I'm done. If
One
you're
thing I
gonna,
learned I mean, if you want to give up on yourself in that area, I'm not your boss and I can't tell you what to do, but I can say that I've been through what you're feeling, and what I learned is that it's more important to just have real, authentic friendships with people. And if there's going to be any quote-unquote relationship connections, genuine sparks, it's going to happen mutually with both of you, automatically, naturally. There's not going to be anyone trying to choose a relationship or look for it as if you're some item on a shelf somewhere that they're looking to acquire, or vice versa. And that's why, like, other than being, obviously 18 plus, I care more about who a girl is than any of the other societal semantics. Like, I don't care if she's 18, 28, or 38. I don't care if she's white or Hispanic or what. I don't care about all this materialistic societal shit. I care about who she is. So first and foremost, I care about who she is as a friend. And if that friendship develops to a strong enough natural strength that it needs to expand beyond the bounds of that and become something more, then cool. Then it's mutual, it's natural, it's happening automatically, nothing was forced, so on and so on. I had to learn this the hard way a bunch of different times before it finally clicked. My last relationship in 2010 is when really that hammer dropped on my head, and I finally realized, oh my God, it's not my fault, it's not her fault. We were caught in a meme. We were both being cooperative components of the situation. We were both reflecting each other's insecurities to each other. Neither of us were willing to face what we were reflecting to each other. We were pushing each other's buttons. We were mirroring each other and driving each other crazy, and that's why it imploded. We weren't willing to face ourselves, much less each other. Because whoever you're going to be with, whether that's on the friendship level or any other level, the other person's always a mirror for you. There's always something about them that is a reflection of something inside of you. Always. And I've learned this to be totally true. And that's, again, what Jesus was talking about judgment and pointing fingers. So I wouldn't say that I would not recommend that you think that relationships are logical in a way, so that's giving up on yourself. I would recommend that you might want to consider seeing that what you were in was not a natural, strong, real relationship. What you were in was a societally dysfunctional piece of shit, a delusion, a lie, a meme. That's what you were caught in. Everybody gets caught in it at first, save for a few exceptions.
Well, the way I see it, basically the way I see it right now is I don't want to hold a relationship at this point because I just don't think that I would be ready at this point, because I would be judging critically right now, and I don't want to be unfair to that person. Also, I want a friendship before I ever want a relationship, and that's how my last relationship was. I was friends with this person for 4 years. That was a while, and we thought we had something special, but I guess we didn't. But honestly, that's really not the point to me. It was something that was more of a learning lesson. I've been through 3 relationships. I don't want to go through 10. I don't feel like dating around is the right way to go and find the right person, and I don't feel like it's our job to figure it out.
I don't either. I agree with you there. That's what I'm talking about, mutually and naturally, because even if two people are friends, if 2 friends decide to pick a relationship with that same mentality, that going shopping at Toys R Us mentality, then it's still going to be subject to the same fate as if you were perfect strangers. Because it's the mentality
Yeah, and I
that
noticed that.
I'm gonna pick me and I'm gonna pick you and you're gonna pick me, and we're treating each other like objects that can be used and thrown away. That doesn't matter if you were quote unquote friends before or not. That wasn't a natural development of friendship into relationship. That was two friends forcing each other into a societal ideal.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with that completely. That is something that I definitely learned in the last relationship, and it was something that I don't think was necessary. I feel like it was something necessary to have to go through to figure that one out. I think that maybe there was a way to have learned that without having to go through that experience, to be honest. But I did, and as a result, I'm able to tell other people what my experiences are, and it becomes beneficial to them. And that's how I see my mistakes of what I've done in my past. I use those, and I use those stories to try to teach others.
Well,
I don't see them as
I do the same thing. The only peril is doing your best to not come off as authoritative or bossy, and to always make sure that I'm
oh yeah.
stating that this is my perspective. I'm just sharing data. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm just sharing information. Do as you wish with it. Take it or leave it, whatever. Because if you try to tell somebody in that sharing and you come off as, yeah, this is the way to go, this is what to do, then you're going to come off as bossy and patronizing, and people are going to be like, fuck you, get out of my face.
I will say this, though. It wasn't your experience, the way you learn something isn't pointless. It's got a purpose. We all learn things, somehow. And I say, to me, going through a tough experience, I think is the best experience in retrospect, because, it teaches you and instills in you those core lessons that you probably wouldn't have as strong a grasp on otherwise. And not only that, you can apply those things. You can apply that direct wisdom wherever you see it might be needed. So
that's true. But I think the point is also that you don't have to learn the hard way for absolutely everything always. And that's the mean.
That's what I'm trying to say, though.
Yes. Society says everything has to be suffering, everything has to be hard, everything has to be dragged out. There's no other reality.
I'm just stating for the moments where you didn't really have a choice in the matter, and you went through a remake or something like that. That's the most valuable experience, because you learned, you got something firsthand that you can apply directly in a more positive way. Out of something negative came something good. So out of every lump of coal there's a diamond. That's kind of how I view that. But no, you certainly don't have to be blasted out of a volcano every single time to learn something. You can learn something through researching, through looking into things. And that's something that I notice with a lot of people in society. Still don't recognize research as being a legitimate form of understanding. They think that you have to go through something, you have to experience something firsthand for it to be legitimate. And that's a crock of shit. I'm not bashing first-hand experience. It's, like I said, it's the diamond and the lump of coal, but it's, it's not the only legitimate form of learning.
Plus, another problem with some of the older generations is they think that they have to, basically, if their kids don't suffer as much or more than they did, then they can't justify the validity of their own existence, because their beliefs are stating, okay, well, in order to learn this, it required me this much suffering over this much time. So if their kid can learn the same lessons better in less time without all of the suffering, then these control freaky parents, they tend to feel inferior. Like, what the fuck? This isn't fair. I had to suffer through all that. They should have to suffer too, because I did. It's not fair that I had to and they did not.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of parents with that mentality.
That's annoying. That's the kind of people that are kind of scary to think. You became a parent? That's one of those things. Like, you really needed to work on your mentality before you decided to have a kid, because you're gonna pass that information down to your kid, and then you're gonna have that kid think that way. That's just not even. That's just great. That's just wonderful.
Yeah, just like the people who are like, well, guns should be banned because, what if a kid accidentally gets a hold of a parent's gun and shoots themselves? And I'm like, if the parent doesn't have enough sense to keep their kids safe from that, then they probably shouldn't be a parent at all, because they're putting their kids in a whole lot of other danger that's a big, much longer list than that. You know, and how about instead of banning guns, make a law that says those sort of people can't breed, if you're going to get into the stupidity of banning everything. God forbid taking personal responsibility and learning why the problem exists and correcting the problem on the mental and educational level. Let's just ban everything. Well, fine, if we're banning guns and Confederate flags and whatever else, how about we ban idiots from fucking breeding? How's that? As long as we're getting real stupid and extreme.
But that won't fix anything either. There'll still be people that are like, hey, we want it the other way. There is no right way. Especially when it comes to people's decisions.
That's my point. That people blame the tools, and they blame inanimate objects because they don't want to own up and take personal responsibility. Ban drugs, ban guns, ban this, ban that. Ban inanimate objects, ban chemicals. Do not ever think to educate people more properly or to teach people to take responsibility for their actions and mistakes. No. We need to live in a nanny state where everything is everybody else's fault and problem, and we need instant gratification. Gimme, me. Nothing my fault, nothing my responsibility. Me. Everything everybody else. You gimme, me. That's why a lot of psychologists have said that adulthood has become a state of extended adolescence.
I don't really know if psychologists are really ever helping or if they're just babying them. I mean, there are a lot of psychologists that just don't care.
Well, that's because they're humans, but when you independently learn about psychology,
sure.
then in learning about that psychology yourself, you can spot the frauds from real ones. I know a lot about psychology. I've studied it. I didn't go to school for it. I did not even pass high school. I was kicked out going into the 11th grade. No college, no nothing, and I'm self-employed, self-educated, and everybody always asks me, what college did you go to? How many classes did you take? How are you so smart? And it's like, I'm self-educated, and I flunked out of high school.
And that's good, so, but here we go again. Here we go again with it might not, that college and high school may not have been your niche. For me, I feel like going to college or finishing high school was my niche because I love to learn in a classroom. To be honest, I like to learn.
There's nothing.
That's what I'm trying to say. There are different.
It's just the belief. Yeah, the belief that says you cannot learn unless you're in a classroom. It's impossible. If you're not in a school, you cannot learn. That's the attitude I don't like.
No, that's the attitude that drives me crazy too, because there are different people out there that never finish high school, never finish college, and are darn smart. They're amazing. And again, it just goes back to what kind of personality type does that person have? You don't have to go to college. They say it's strongly recommended, but it's not for everybody. You just got to figure out if you are that kind of person that needs to go to college, or if you're that kind of person that just needs to drop out and try and go on your own.
There's
I
more
feel
than
like
just
that's something.
there's more than
What?
just a few self-made. There's more than just a few self-made millionaires that never went to college or anything like that.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I'm just giving an example. I mean,
Yeah, I fully agree
it's
with
just
everything.
it's. Well, actually, that's where it gets interesting that you said that, because you said you fully agree with everything I've said, which means that we're in agreement with everything. So there is no difference,
on this
and that's
on
where
this
it gets
on
scary.
this particular topic.
Okay. Because I'm just saying that if somebody says I fully agree with everything you said, there's something
On this
wrong
topic.
with either you or that person. That's kind of what I see out of it, because no one's gonna fully agree with you on everything you said. For instance, what I was saying about what I was saying about that
Not
I don't
necessarily,
believe in evolution.
because you're not seeing the hidden differences. I can fully agree with everything you said for completely different reasons than you agree with yourself. So just because the differences
Okay.
are not seen and that you're not a mind reader doesn't mean the differences don't exist.
I'm talking about the kind of people that just agree just for the sake of it. It drives me crazy, actually. I have a couple friends that do that. It's just like, you're gonna, like, for instance, I'll talk about a certain topic, and they have their own opinion, and as soon as I say my opinion, they sway to my side. It's like, I haven't even explained myself, and yet you already swayed to my side. That just drives me crazy, because they're not giving me anything to go but to debate on, because they're just agreeing with everything I said. I'm just trying to give an example of what I was trying to say, but I said it wrong. But that's kind of what I'm trying to say on that matter.
Well, that's
that
another
just drives
thing.
me.
I don't like debates. I think that debates are dick wagging contests, and that debate is not a synonym, but rather an antonym of things like conversation, sharing information, civil discussion. I think the word debate is antonyms to those things, not synonyms. Debate has one purpose: to win at all cost.
Well, there's a debate, and then there's always that you choose to, like I said, agree to disagree. That's where I choose. You might debate what you said and say what your opinion was, and so that other people could be open-minded about it, and you could be open-minded about what they said, and maybe even what they said you can take off a little bit to believe yourself.
How is a debate?
Because of
how is a debate not about winning?
It isn't about winning, because you're always trying to win someone over. I mean, even look at Christianity trying to win over, say, Muslim culture, or vice versa. There's always going to be a debate about that. There's a problem. I'm
not only a Christian, but I'm a very different type than most others, and I don't see exactly eye to eye with most of them, and I also don't feel compelled to win anyone or everyone over. I don't feel compelled to dominate somebody else's mind to my perspective. I think that's kind of creepy, and I can't understand people's desires to dominate other people's minds to their perspectives. I think it's control freaky. I think it's creepy. I think it's domineering. And when people say, oh yeah, well, all humans want to sway everybody else over their perspective and da-da-da, I think that's creepy. It's like saying, well, all humans want to be serial killers and cut people open and take their entrails and wear them around their necks as necklaces. It's like, well, what the fuck if I'm one of those people that does not want to fucking do that? What then, huh? You know, and it's like when people say that, it's absolute, like, well, all humans want to do that. It's like, I don't give a shit if someone agrees or disagrees with me or something. I'm not looking to be a fucking energetic, vampiric, fucking control freak motherfucker and dominate people's minds and perspectives. I'm just looking to share, so that like-minded people can know I'm here and they can share their information with me and we can all have fun and learn. I'm not looking to dominate anyone, and the idea that all humans have this drive to dominate, sorry, I don't feel obligated to feel that way. It's like I don't feel obligated to the stereotype of all guys just want to stick their dick in women and see them as material objects, and they're incapable of seeing their physical or mental or any other beauty or respecting them because guys are pigs and that's just guys and that's it, that's the only reality. Well, sorry, that's not the type of guy I am. I don't feel obligated to conform to that, so there you go. So I don't feel obligated to want to dominate someone's mind, my perspective.
Yeah, and yeah, like you said, but in my perspective, what that's something that's interesting. What you're trying to say is because there's this in our Adventist belief, we're Seventh-day Adventists. I am a Seventh-day Adventist. One of those weirdos, yeah. And one of the things that we believe, and I strongly disagree, and there's only a very select few that actually believe this, but that the pastor is not supposed to be the leader of the church. We're actually in it all. We're just supposed to be pretty much. It's kind of like more of a servitude than it is anything of a leadership, because we're not supposed to lead the people. We're not supposed to convert people. That's God's job alone. All we're supposed to do, and actually that's a major load taken off of us, to be honest, because if you think about it, if we're not supposed to be the ones to convert or trying to change someone, then that's wonderful. That's awesome.
And I find your perspective refreshing, and I agree with you. And a lot of Christians miss the part in the Bible where the disciples came up to Jesus and basically said, hey, we need to force everybody to believe all the stuff you're saying. And Jesus said, no.
No. It's not supposed to be that way. It's crazy. And that's just kind of the whole mentality of our church, that we need the leaders of the church are supposed to be the pastors, and it just drives me crazy because that's not supposed to be the case. Actually,
well,
becoming a pastor,
modern day organized religion is the Pharisees that Jesus warned us about in modern politics and science, is the scribes that Jesus warned us about.
I would agree with that one, actually. But because that's the problem. And I actually talked to one other person that when I told her that was my mentality, she's like, how did you come by that? That took me years to learn. I said, well, I actually listened to people. I listened to what other sides. I listened to which side. I listened to opinions, and I read the Bible and saw that that's more of the way it should be than, say, any kind of leadership. And that's just something that I picked up on.
Yeah.
And adopted.
I've been through the Bible back and forth, and there's nothing in there that I could see, no matter how much research I've done, that states that any human, any person is quote-unquote going to hell. I don't believe that God is sending all non-Christians to hell and so on and so forth. I don't believe that somebody could be a truly genuine person, but if they don't believe in the social title called Christ, then a toddler God's going to have a hissy fit, throw someone into a pit of fire for all eternity. Doesn't say that in the Bible, and the only thing close that like people misunderstand, like the whole, John 3:16, God so loved the world, etc. and so on. When Jesus said believe in him, he wasn't saying blindly believe in the social title placed upon me, or else. He was saying, look, I'm trying to teach you some things here. I'm trying to show you particular states of being and ways of being and how to change this world for the better. That's what he was wanting us to listen to and believe. He was trying to tell us that this world doesn't have to be the shithole that it is. That we can change that. Just like your drive to help people and make things better. That's exactly what Jesus was talking about. And it just goes over people's heads completely. They think that it's okay to be douchebags and dicks and serial killers and murderers and everything else, but as long as you believe in the social title called Christ, you're all good. If you're a wonderful person, don't believe in the social title called Christ, you're burning for all eternity. But if you're a pedophile, rapist, axe murderer, cold-hearted son of a bitch, but you got that social title there, you're all good with Jesus. Straight up to heaven with you. That's a total fallacy to me.
Yeah, I found you're right about that, but I was also going to quote a scripture that we were actually reading today, and it's actually talking about who and who will not, that the who and who will not burn in hell, and it says, "But cowards, unbelievers, the corrupt, murderers, the immoral, those who practice witchcraft, idol worshippers, and all liars, their fate will be in the fiery lake of burning sulfur. This is the second death." This is found in Revelation 21, 8. So to clarify, it does actually say who and
Sounds
who
like
won't.
it sounds like everybody's going to hell. Then depending on the perspective of the way you want to interpret those words. Like, for example, take the worshiping false idol. Just viewing the state as an authority and obeying their laws gets you there, or viewing money as something that is an authority, so much of an authority that it even supersedes human life, and so on and so forth. Every meme that we all get subjected to in society follows that entire list perfectly. I mean, except for the murder thing, not everyone's a murderer, but we do kind of murder by proxy when we ignore all the war and genocide that our government is doing overseas, and we fund that and support that, and we ignore that. And when people try to tell us, hey, this is what we're really doing over there, we're not helping anybody, and we cover our ears and hum and go, no, I don't want to hear that because it's inconvenient, we are then also, pretty much accomplice to murder. Mass murder.
Well, don't forget what Jesus said about what he considers murder. He says that if you hate someone, you've already committed that murder. If you look at another person that is not your spouse, you have committed adultery. He considers it very high up there, and I think in order to figure out what and have your heart right with God, and if you are actually wondering about that, like you've said, you've read the Bible front to back. I think that that's one of the keys to starting your walk with God, really. And I know everyone's not going to have the Bible, but even so, there are people that'll never read the Bible and still go to heaven because of where their heart is, if they're right with God or not.
Most
And it becomes
Christians
a grief thing.
most Christians that I know would firmly disagree with you on that statement. I mean, I fully agree with you on that statement, but most Christians that I've ever known would fully disagree and say, no, God's going to send those people to hell and blah 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 and this and that, and totally, disagree with you on it. But I think that the ones who would disagree with you on that, I already think they're a few cards short of the full deck anyway, and they're nuts. But
Yeah, but remember that the whole thing, but that goes back to we are not saved by our own works. We are saved by the grace of God. I mean, that's why Jesus came and died on the cross for us. I mean, so that we could have the opportunity to go to heaven. But I think that the reason why, and this is just opinion again. I think that
well,
the
you know what,
reason
you make an interesting point, because isn't the idea of believing in a social title called Christ and using it as a scapegoat a work? Isn't that a doing of something? So if we're not saved by works and we're saved by Christ by default, then even the idea of believe in the social title called Christ, otherwise you're going to hell, that is saying that by this work you are saved, which directly contradicts what Jesus was saying about not being saved by works.
But it even says in the Bible we are not saved by our works. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get you in any trouble.
I'm not in trouble. They just said I have to be quieter. I think that's a word. I think that's a word. Is that a word?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay. But anyway, like what I was saying was, I do not believe in the whole that the whole I believe actually what I told you just now is actually one of the fundamental beliefs of what Adventists believe actually. So something that you said that was interesting topic was actually something that is very common you will hear in the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Though people seem to it's very hard for them to grasp that, and I feel like that is a whole other topic in itself, to be honest.
Yeah, here's another interesting thing. Why do, it's like, I mean, I know the answers generally psychologically and stuff, but it's still the rhetoricals out there. It's like, why do most Christians always want to focus on the blood and gore of Jesus' death, but they completely dismiss his life? And when Jesus talks about all the works I have done also shall you do, and greater still, and then especially nowadays when quantum physics is practically laying out the handbook guide on how to do what Jesus did, all the Christians are like, nope, that's witchcraft, stay away from that, that's evil. Wait a minute, well, if that's witchcraft, then Jesus was a witch and a false prophet. You shouldn't be believing in him anyway. You can't have it both frickin' ways. Either you believe that what Jesus said about all the works I have done also shall you do, or you think that if you follow that, then that's witchcraft, and then if you think that, then how the hell are you a Christian?
But again, it's going back. This is again is a whole other topic, and what I'm trying to say is that I'm trying to think. What was I gonna say? I'm sorry. Dang it. Trying to say is that there is but what you're trying to, the whole Christianity thing. Pretty much, to me, that's more of just throw that out. Because I don't think that, like I said, religion, it's another slippery slope, honestly. For me, I will stay Adventist, obviously. That's who I am. That's what I believe for me is the right religion. But I don't, and again, I'm not one of those stupid Christians that are like, you have to believe in one set belief or you're going to hell. I really don't think that that's the case. I think it's where your heart is again, and what you believe ultimately is where it's going to be at, and there is no. Oh man, I'm trying to choose my words very, very carefully on this one.
Just if you take too much care, you end up just slipping your mind. I've made that mistake too. Just let go, allow, and be authentic, and don't worry about how it's said. Just speak from the heart, because the heart will always choose the right words, and the mind will always choose the wrong words.
That's like I said, that this is still like a very it's a very controversial topic actually, on the whole.
But I love the fact
religion
that
is right or wrong.
I love the fact that you can see this, though. You are incredibly wise, and I share a lot of, similar perspectives, and sometimes, say for, a few people I talk to about it here and there, I oftentimes feel very alone in my perspectives. As a matter of fact, a lot more of the esoteric non-Christian communities tend to share more belief systems in common with my particular view of Christianity than most Christians that I know, which is why I usually feel more comfortable around non-Christians than Christians, because because those non-Christians are acting more Christian-like than the freaking Christians.
Yeah, that's just one of those annoying. That's one of those annoying things. Like, for instance, the Christians that are against the whole gay marriage and how they are dealing with it. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna be outright with you. I don't agree with it, but I'm not going to hate on what they are doing. Again, I will speak the truth in love. That is basically, you could think of it as what I would call my personal slogan, and that's what I will live by. I don't agree with what they're doing. They're giving Christians very bad names by doing so, and it's making
True.
it look it's not making them look like Christians at all. And that's the problem.
I also like the fact that I've seen artwork floating around that basically outlines exactly the point you're making. Like there was this one picture of that was drawn by somebody that was all these Christian people beating the crap out of a gay guy with Bibles, and he's there in a puddle of blood, and it says this is the wrong use of the Bible.
Yeah. That's just one of those topics. It's like, you don't need to act like that. You don't need to hate on people. No matter what it is, you don't hate on people. Don't tell people that you're going to hell because you've chosen this path, or pathway as they would say. It's like this Bible revival about fire and brimstone. It's not all about love and acceptance either. This is where it becomes a balance. I mean, not everything needs a balance, but this is where it becomes the balance.
True.
We must preach both ways.
We live in a world that pits opposite against each other, and it's as neurotic as saying if you have the right side of your body, then the left side cannot exist. One has to dominate and destroy the other, and it's neurotic.
Mhm. And that was one of those topics that as soon as that came up, and I saw so much hate on the internet, and then hearing the internet people start blowing up on the other side, and they're saying we'll burn all the homophobes or whatever, and I don't agree with that either. I don't agree with both hatreds of this perspective. It just depends on what your perspective is. Even though I might not agree with you in one way, I'm still going to respect your opinion, and I'll listen to what you have to say. Doesn't mean I'll always agree with you, but I will still. I
don't even hate the so-called political elite that have enslaved this planet and all these memes and all their war and genocide and all that. I don't even hate them. As a matter of fact, with the internet and instant communication and instant news and all that, if anything, the dark is doing nothing but pushing the light forward. It's forcing everybody to see what's been in the shadows and hiding, and it's forcing people to contend with their paradigms, whereas in the past, before the internet, before the world as it is now, people could easily stay in denial for their whole lives, just ignore everything else that was going on and ignore all their own little subconscious repressions and all that. But now is the like the Bible calls this the end times, or the end of time, but I think it's just the end of one paradigm and moving into another, where we're finally being forced to have that separation of the wheat and the chaff, so to speak. I don't think the world's going to blow up. I don't think humanity's going to die out. Is there a lot of murder and death and this and that and scumbaggery and whatever? Yes, but that I don't think that the planet's gonna die out, or that God's gonna throw it into the sun, or whatever, all this stupid fear porn shit that people throw around. I don't believe that.
I do believe in the second coming, though. That is one thing I do believe is the second coming.
No, I don't believe that Jesus is coming back in the form of an individual person. I think he's come back through Christ consciousness endowed in everybody, and that's why there's this awakening going on. I mean, it says in the Bible that, basically that evil will be vanquished simply just by speaking the truth. Look at what the internet has allowed us to do. Evil is actually starting to lose when faced with the truth, because it's the apocalypse right now. The word apocalypse means the unveiling of knowledge, which was once kept secret, or the unveiling of occult knowledge. The word occult just means secret knowledge. It doesn't mean witchcraft. It means secret knowledge. All the secrets are coming out, just like the Bible said it was, and evil's being defeated by the truth. That, entire armies would be defeated by just the truth. And we see this happening. For the first time, it's not a war of nation against nation, it's a war of light against dark. And we're seeing that, and we're seeing this shift. So yeah, I think Christ is already here, that consciousness, that spirit of Christ. I mean, what's the more epic trick to pull, so to speak, to come back again as one guy that would probably crucify again anyway, or to have that Christ consciousness flow through 7 billion frickin' people to force an awakening on the entire species. That's why I don't think the world's going to be destroyed or whatever. I don't think that God would grant us this wonderful awakening process and then be like, psych, just fucking with you, die. I don't believe God's a troll.
So you don't believe in the second coming. So what would Revelation be? What would Daniel be? You've read the whole Bible.
I said I don't believe in it as a single individual coming back as, hi, I'm Jesus. I'm saying I see that Christ consciousness fucking budding out in everybody. So to me, he's here.
But as it says, every eye will see him. That would contradict what you are saying.
Not necessarily.
Again, I'm just going off of it.
Depends on perspective and point of view. If I say every eye will see him, could very well mean that every eye will. It'll be obvious to every eye that the Christ consciousness is manifesting through everybody, and everyone will see the changes happening in the world as a result of this manifestation. Then that could be easily accurately phrased as every eye will see him. It's like you weren't. The Bible wasn't originally written in English. It was also written in, shall we say, biblical context.
Yeah.
You know that
Hebrew, Greek,
every culture has its context, and we tend to take things too literally. Like, let's say hypothetically, and this is just a silly hypothetical, but it makes the point. Let's say 10,000 years from now, the words of Chris Rock was made into a religion, and so Chris Rock said, that dude is a fly motherfucker. So now they're going to be looking for somebody that has to do with horses and ranches that's somehow also part fly. So they're going to be looking for this like ugly guy with wings on a ranch somewhere dealing with horses that's going around raping everybody's mother. You know what I mean? Because the context over 10,000 years was lost. And now everybody's taking it completely freaking literal. It's a silly hypothetical, but that's what's happened with a lot of biblical stuff. Like, Jesus was a major smartass. When he told the Pharisee a rich man can no longer enter the kingdom of heaven than a camel could pass through the eye of a needle, he wasn't saying, oh, money's evil, give it all to the church and be poverty-stricken and die. What he was saying is that, Pharisee dude, you are so set in your ways, I could talk to you about this stuff for the next 33 years, it's all going to bounce off your head. He was being sarcastic and calling the guy closed-minded. But then we take it literal, oh, money's evil, purify it through the church. And plus, most people don't know that there were a lot more books to the Bible that should have been in the canon.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Don't even. My goodness.
The canon was also decided upon by one of the most corrupt tyrannical kings to ever exist. King James was a real son of a bitch, not a nice guy.
90 A.D. You're talking. That's when the canonical list was chosen, actually.
And plus, the books of the Bible as they are now are also abridged versions taken from other older writings, and those older writings can be found, and then the missing data is there, which actually makes the Bible make even more sense. But without that other data, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense.
Oh yeah, and you're absolutely right about even more books. In fact, I have the Bible version with the Apocrypha and everything of the sort. And there's even more books than that. And if they actually put all the books in the Bible, there would my goodness, there would be so many books. I mean, it's just the tip of the iceberg how many books the Bible has. 66 books is just the tip of the iceberg. There are so many out there.
I mean, there's the Lost Book of Enki, there's the Book of Enoch, there's the Book of Thomas. There's all these different writings dating all the way back to Samaria and before. The Book of Enki was found on Sumerian stone tablets. I forgot where and how the Book of Enoch was found. I think very similarly, same with the Book of Thomas. But they dig all this stuff up in the desert too. That's these stone tablets that were buried in clay pots and preserved in the desert, and then they get deciphered, and it's like, oh, here's even more information. And then there's also books that are referenced in the Bible that those books don't even exist anymore, and no one knows where they are.
Yeah, I mean, even the books we have, there was so much text taken out and put back in over a period of time that even there are fragments that really the Bible is all comprised of fragments. That's all it really is. There is no complete book of the Bible, and in fact, one of the books of the Bible that almost didn't even make it was Revelation, which is very interesting to think about, because if we're speaking, and I'm speaking in a literal way, opposed to what you said, but in the book in Revelation it said that if you take away from these words, I
was just thinking of that. It basically if you look at what the last paragraph of Revelations is really saying is it's an admission to editing and tampering.
Yes. That they said that was only for Revelation, though. That was not the entire Bible itself. Just to clarify, I've already done the research on that one. But it's very interesting to think about that was the only book that was asked that when John wrote it, that was the only book that actually said something like that.
Which also implies that all the others were tampered with too, because you already know that everything in the Bible that it says, do not do this, it might be a bad idea, somebody at least once has taken it upon themselves to go do it.
Yeah, because if you're told to do something, if you're told not to do something, you're gonna do it, unfortunately.
Yep.
Especially, hopefully we get over that and we are above that. I try to personally say that I try to be above that, but there are times that it's just like I have to challenge this because this is just ridiculous.
And like me personally, with the whole heaven-hell thing, I think that heaven and hell are states of being, and even though both now and in the hereafter, and though there's a lot of quantum physics and esoterics and stuff that goes according to what I'm going to say, we could have that discussion another day. I'm just going to give you like an abridged version. Basically, and I'm also speaking from my own experiences and my own testing of these things in my own life, not just like, blindly believing what something says in a book or whatever. Reality is a mirror, and based on, you could call it based on your vibrational frequency, which is true because of the energy we're made of. You could say that another way to phrase it is what's in your heart, the type of person you are, whatever way you want to word it. You manifest your reality around you all the time, every second. You are kind of doing what Jesus said, that manifestation. and it says that manifestation takes 100% faith. Everyone has 100% faith. The question is 100% faith in what? You know what I mean? That's why there's all this mind control going on with the elites, because whatever you believe comes to be, and that's like without exception. And quantum physics proves that. But I'm not talking about surface beliefs. I'm not talking about believing that you know whether or not you want fries with that burger or not. I'm talking about the deep core stuff that takes a long time to write in there, and equally long time to rewrite when you notice that something's messed up. But that core literally manifests reality around you, because physical reality is not physical. It's a quantum hologram. It's malleable, and that's what Jesus was trying to say, and quantum physics has proven it. So if we have a belief system deep down that evil's the only reality, hell is the only reality, suffering's the only reality, guys are assholes, girls are bitches, everybody's greedy, this, that. When we have these strong, powerful beliefs and all this bad stuff and all this evil and suffering, and we tell ourselves, this is the only real reality, we send ourselves to hell right there in the now. We are in hell every second that we are creating that reality around us as per our belief system.
Yeah.
Sleep.
Okay.
Too much noise.
Okay.
5 minutes or less.
Stupid question. I thought you said you lived on your own?
No, I did not say I live on my own. I am out of my parents' house, but I'm with my grandparents now.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to community college.
Okay, I misunderstood your context then, my bad.
No problem.
Well, if need be, we can always pick this up another time, but I thank you very much for taking the time to have this conversation. It's been really awesome to talk with you and get to know you and have you as a part of this, and I hope that everybody who watches this on YouTube gets, as much benefit out of it as I have and Rich has. And in DeviantArt private note, seeing as you mentioned Skype, I'll give you my Skype name in there so you could keep in touch in a more, convenient way than this. I'll even give you my phone number if you'd like, whatever information you'd like. We should definitely keep in touch, definitely like to make a new friend of you and introduce you to, more new people as well, and would definitely like to get back on here at some point and continue the public conversation, because this has been extremely refreshing, and it's just great to see another like-minded, open-minded person, and especially a Christian. It is really awesome when I find a Christian that does not have their head firmly planted up their ass so far that they haven't seen the light of day in years. It's really wonderful, because it's so rare for me to find a Christian that, give or take a few things, basically has the same types of views as I do. In other words, the more open and not so rigid head up the ass and all that. So I definitely want to have more conversation again in the future if you're up for it, and I definitely would like to keep in touch.
Sure, and also I did want to talk to you after I talked to that long conversation with you before. That was very refreshing to hear it, and thank you for having me too. It was fun.
Thank you. Yeah, it absolutely was, and you are a beautiful person, mind, body, and soul. Very wise, very open-minded, very refreshing to talk to. And yeah, it was totally fun, and helps to contradict some of my old belief systems about reality in regards to females and Christians and everything else. So, the universe gives me contradictions. The more I say, contradict me, go ahead, and then that manifests. So again, just more of that experience. So thank you. I really appreciate you being here. And Rich, do you have anything else to say before she goes? Because she's got to get up and out of here.
I'm just about to send you a note for my Skype contact info, but it was good talking with you on the Hangout and having these discussions, and I hope we can do it again here fairly soon. And I hope we can make this a regular thing, maybe affiliate you with the crew here in the future, and I'm just looking forward to seeing Mark. where things go.
We can work up to that, no pressure. Everything all ease and flow. And why don't you just add her to watch on DeviantArt and
I already
contact
did
her
that.
directly?
I already
And
did
if you-
that a while
Okay,
ago.
cool.
All right.
Cool.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Definitely greatly appreciate it.
All right. Bye.
Later.
See ya.
So any final thoughts, Rich, before we close this out? I think this is a really good chat here. Oh, and I had my video off because I was eating because like I didn't. I kind of forgot to have supper.
Yeah, I was just kind of chilling, just minding my business and shit. So that's why I turned my cam off for a while. But no, I mean we've covered a lot of good topics tonight. Covered all the bases, and you know, really, I think anything else that could be said in a long, open-winded, open-air discussion can be said another time. You know.
Agreed.
I think
well,
now it's just time to go into private mode and just chill.
To everybody who has been watching, was watching, and will watch in the future, thank you for tuning in yet again to another episode of Paradigm Shift in Educational Comedy. You know, click like or dislike if you hated it. Share, comment, whatever. You all know the drill. So catch you later. Have a good morning, evening, day, night, whatever it is in your part of the planet. And see ya.